So why was Brian Cox trending today? This was the most bizarre story. I tried to get to the bottom of it. I waste my time all day long just wasting my time gawping at Twitter. Oh, God, the endless hours that I waste staring at that giant time vacuum. But I got up this morning and one of the things that was trending was Brian Cox. You know, the hippie from the telly? Oh, look at the stars. Oh, they're amazing. That bloke. I thought, why is he trending? And so I read in. I thought, oh, okay. Let's see where this one goes. And it was nowhere good. Nowhere good. But it was also mystifying because it seems to be a really old story, which had been dredged up by the Daily Express for no apparent reason whatsoever. So if you know why he was trending today, then I'd love to know, because I looked into it in great depth. Professor Brian Cox called for a ban on using the phrase "the British people" in political discourse during a woke revolt against the government, where he dubbed the term as nonsense, screams the Express. Their website, by the way, is practically unreadable. I mean, what are they trying to do? Are they trying to push people away from reading it? I assume that the idea is you get people to read your website by making it readable. Whoever has designed the Daily Express's website needs to be corrected. I could do it. I mean, I wouldn't have the first clue as to how to write code, but me personally, could sort that out in about 10 seconds. It is literally unreadable. You just can't read it. There's a scene in Idiocracy, which it's a film that I mention a lot. You should definitely see it. Have a small libation before you watch it.
Booze.
Because it's not, it's not a film of great intelligence. It's a very, very broad comedy. It was done by the guy who did Beavis and Butthead, so that gives you an idea of where we're at. But it's, spoiler alert.
Warning, warning.
It's about a dystopian future in which, after hundreds of years of furious breeding, the stupids vastly outnumber the smarts. And I know what you're thinking. You're thinking, well, it doesn't sound like much of a change. And you'd be completely correct in every respect. But it takes it to the nth degree, by which I mean there aren't any smart people left at all. Absolutely everyone on Earth is stupid. And the TVs that they have cover an entire wall, and it's all, the adverts on Piccadilly Circus, these vast moving television advert. Well, it's like that. It's a huge advert, just loads of them on a screen that covers his whole wall, and the programme that he's actually watching is right in the middle of it. It's about the size of a matchbox. That's what the Daily Express's website looks like to me. But anyway, I wish them all the very best. Brian Cox, Professor Brian Cox, the famous English physicist and former musician, he did the things are only going to get better. Yeah, well, he got that wrong. He's the famous English physicist and former musician, best known for presenting a string of science programmes. Oh, science. Fascinating science.
Boring.
Wow, I pressed that so long ago. I mean, that took so long to appear. I could have pressed that last week. Wow, never mind about a bus. You could have driven a train through that gap. Somebody needs to go in and delete some files. I think it's probably clogged its memory. All sorts of stuff in there, don't you think?
I'll do it after the show.
He's going to do it after the show. It says, where was I? Oh, yeah. Science.
Boring.
There you go. You load it up once and it appears immediately. He's been described as the natural successor for BBC's scientific programming by both Sir David Attenborough and Sir Patrick Moore. I almost went into it, but I chickened out right at the end there. You've got to really commit when you're going to do an imitation of somebody, and I chickened out right at the end there. Just couldn't do it. Sir Patrick Moore. He is described as the natural successor. I don't know, I think he's a bit hippie-ish, isn't he? Television used to be presented, factual TV used to be presented by people who gave you, a fast rendition of the facts. Not stood on a mountain with a wind machine blowing up their hair while a helicopter circled them at great distance, filming them like they're in a blooming Aha video. No offence. It used to be the case that television, factual TV, used to be presented to camera by people that knew what they were talking about. Now, you don't know whether you're watching a scientific programme or an ad for a holiday cruise ship. But anyway, the science hippie off the TV has very, very much upset the fury mongers, which makes him okay in my books. Oh, there we go again. Okay in my books. There you are. Professor Cox is the author or co-author, says the Express, of over 950 scientific publications.
What?
I know. How can you... What? 950. And can often be seen giving his expert opinion on scientific breakthroughs on his social media accounts, says the Express. That's the setup. And are the Express's readers remotely impressed by any of that?
No.
No, you bet they aren't. I mean, it means that he is a prime target for the mouth breathers and knuckle draggers to pile onto when they think he said something unpatriotic, which he appeared in public to do without taking the precaution of wrapping himself in the flag. And so it happened today. Or rather, not today. Because this story is about a year and a half old. And I don't understand why it was in the papers and all over Twitter. I bet it's still trending now. Because this is ancient stuff, and I don't get why it was in the... I tried to find out, and I couldn't. The Express said he decided to delve into the world of politics when he replied to a tweet by Home Secretary Priti Patel. You know Priti Patel, don't you? Yeah, that's her. He replied to a tweet by Home Secretary Priti Patel on plans to intercept migrants crossing the Channel. Look, a dinghy. Priti Patel wrote, "We need the cooperation of the French to intercept boats and return migrants back to France. I know that when the British people say they want to take back control of our borders, this is exactly what they mean." And Professor Cox did not hold back. He replied, "I'm so sick of this the British people nonsense. It's inflammatory and divisive, and also errant, vacuous nonsense with no meaning in a multi-party democracy. The phrase should be banned from political discourse."
Correct.
Absolutely. There's not much that's controversial about that. But that's not what the readers of the Express heard. And their reaction was off the scale. And I'll come to that in just a minute. Emma in Fulham says, "I've said it before and I'll say it again. Your Brian Cox sounds like your Gavin Williamson." Brian Cox does not sound anything like Gavin Williamson. Ain't that right, Gav? Exactly. This text says, "White wagtail was the bird that you saw. Very rare to see." Well, have you got a picture of a white wagtail? Otherwise I can't say one way or the other. You'll be getting one any moment now. You didn't see this coming, did you? No, very, very bad at your job, if you don't mind me saying so. Awful. Hull. Hello, Charles.
Oh, hi, Nick. I hope you're well after your hiatus last weekend.
Yes, thanks.
It was a boring weekend for us listeners, you know. I know two other people that missed you, you know.
Right.
Serious? Okay. Yeah.
Okay, well, thanks, Charles. No, well, white wagtail is not the bird that I saw because its legs aren't long enough. unless it's hiding its legs.
That's why I didn't put it up.
Do those legs extend, like, telescopically? Don't you me?
I did see a robin this afternoon. What's a robin doing around here in the middle of April?
Robins are always around.
Are they?
Always.
Oh.
They never leave. There's one of those birds that never leaves. If it's singing and it's winter, it's a robin.
Ah, right. Yeah, it's regarding David Cameron.
Oh, yeah.
Well, he must be the dumbest, pardon me, MP, even Prime Minister, around. Do you know why?
Why?
Well, he must have met the sage of the Conservative Party. The guy who knows everything about joining board of directors, the parliamentary rules. He was an ex-chancellor of the Exchequer. Yeah. He smokes cigars.
Does he?
Likes his jazz, as I do. And
David Cameron likes jazz.
No. He should have met this person. And this the sage of parliamentary.
Who are you talking about?
Ken Clarke.
Oh, yeah, I can imagine Ken Clarke likes his jazz, yes.
Oh, he does, yeah. And he likes Hush Puppy.
Where's he gone?
Hush Puppy.
Oh, there you are. He likes hush puppies. Well, I like quiet dogs too. What's that got to do with it?
Well, I mean, he must have met... David Cameron must have met Ken Clarke at least a couple of times, during his...
A couple of hundred times, yes. What's the point?
Oh, all he had to do was just say to Ken Clarke, look,
how'd you do it?
Tell me the rules. Tell me the rules, please.
Yeah, here are the rules. Whatever you've just done is within the rules. Those are the rules.
Yeah. And he didn't call Ken Clarke. I can't believe it.
Well, I believe it, Charles. He is sitting there open-mouthed. It's actually happening, Charles, and it's actually happening to us. Whatever they just did is entirely within the rules because they wrote the rules.
Affirmative.
They wrote the rules. That's why everything they do is within the rules. And they're absolutely and totally confident about that. No rules have been broken.
Correct.
Because they wrote the rules. Here's an idea that if any of the above behaviour has not broken any rules, then the rules need to get rewritten, don't they? Or maybe just write some down would be a good idea. If nothing that has happened lately has been in breach of a rule or two, then maybe somebody needs to write a rule down. Because they seem to be going through the rule book with a rubber. Not that kind of rubber bodger.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
The other kind. Find it on the end of a pencil. Peter, thanks, Charles. You've been a delight. Peter asks, can we be sure Brian Cox and Gavin Williamson aren't the same person? Have you ever seen them on TV together? No. If I was Brian Cox, I wouldn't be seen within a mile of the same studio that Gavin Williamson was in. And he agrees. 0345 6060 973. I'll get back to this Brian Cox story. I am genuinely curious as to why Brian Cox was trending today, because this seems to be a story from about a year and a half ago. You can call me Mr. Fide. Let's have a call in. I haven't finished reading that story, by the way. There is more to come. Oh, plenty more. You'll be delighted. East Yorkshire. Hello, Mike.
Hi, Nick. How's the haircut?
It's just great. Gosh, your ears feel so cold when you don't have a huge amount of hair covering them.
Mine's May the 7th, and I'm looking forward to it, kid.
May the 7th? Why so long?
Well, I was having an appointment, so that was the first one.
I tell you what, mate, I am so sick of having to make appointments to do absolutely anything that involves doing anything outside the home. It's got to the point I think I might have to make an appointment to occupy my own bed at night. You've got to make an appointment to have a pint, and if that is the case, then I'm not going to do it. I was talking to Carol McGiffin about that.
Oh, right, yeah.
We were bellyaching about this just today. We just recorded another podcasts, which is called What's Your Problem with Nick and Carol? in which we didn't actually get around to helping many people because we were too busy belly aching about stuff. But it was funny. That'll be out on Monday, that one.
Okay, couple of points. My main one's the NHS, but you were talking about Cameron and they should write the rules down. Well, of course, there's the Nolan Principles, which is the public service principles, 7 of them.
Right. But it's not the law, though, is it? It's just a It's just a guide.
It's just a guide, but that's integrity, objectivity, ability, openness, honesty, all the rest of it.
I think they got to honesty and then they just couldn't hold it in anymore.
I mean, if Boris had a cabinet meeting and said, if anyone can't put their hand up and say they adopt all these, please leave, it would be a question of last one out, shut the door.
Exactly,
John.
it would be echoing in there.
But no, the main thing I wanted to bring up was about the NHS. We've gone from 1,600 people waiting for operations
for a year. Waiting for a year for their operations
to 380,000.
387,885.
And the government are still insisting that they protected the NHS and it wasn't overwhelmed.
Right.
Well,
plus they've broken no rules. Don't forget that.
The biggest bit of evidence you can get that the NHS was overwhelmed, and my daughter ran a 60-bed ICU unit, and she was telling me they were overwhelmed. It's just the numbers to go from 16. They
didn't protect the NHS, they turned it off.
Exactly, which didn't protect the public.
Correct. But their response to this will be to shower you with numbers. They'll say, well, of course, under the present administration, we're spending 56% more than the previous administration and 110% more than the one before that. And £52 million of new money was going to go there every day. And we save £350 million every week when we're... I don't know how they keep that up. It's killed me in about 10 seconds.
But the numbers that will come back to kill them is 1,600 to 380,000. That is the undeniable number that will come back.
I'll tell you what's undeniable, Mike. Absolutely nothing will kill them. They seem to be impervious because their fans just love it, regardless of what they do. They can get away with literally anything. They are the Donald Trump of this country, Boris Johnson particularly. He could kill one of his fans in the face in Oxford Street and he wouldn't lose a single vote because they've decided already it doesn't matter what he does. Even if he pushes it in your face, even if he says, look, I've just stolen your wallet, his fans would do a little happy, clappy dance and say, well, he's just said that he's stolen my wallet, so he couldn't possibly have stolen my wallet. Everybody's made a decision about what side they're on, and it doesn't matter what comes out. What they do, it's completely irrelevant. People will vote for things that are not in their own interests. We know that already. Just based on the side that they've chosen. I think I've ruined myself. Gaz tweets, Nick, you were always slagging off Brian Cox at every opportunity. I just wonder why you find him intolerable. Is it because of his accent? Because he's northern? I think it's northern prejudice, says Gaz. Yeah, that's right. It's racism. No, it's got nothing to do with him. It's the kind of programmes that he presents, which are, here comes the I word, indicative of the stupidification of the nation. As I was trying tentatively to say some moments ago, it used to be that a programme that was informational would be just a talking head. I mean, look at A Scent of Man, Jacob Bronowski, one of the finest series that has ever been committed to television. It's an entire series of a close-up of that bloke's face. And no offence, but that's not a pretty face. But he is riveting. I mean, here's a bloke who really knows what he's talking about on any given subject, and he just went on and on and on and on. Even when I first watched it, when it first came out, and I was a child, I had no idea what he was talking about, but I still couldn't stop watching it. These days, if you need to impart some information, then they'll chop it into tiny little nuggets. They'll chuck out 90% of what they used to put in an hour, and they'll give you the 10% and then dribble it out over 60 minutes. You know, so as to not tax the brain of your average dingaling. And they'll dress it up. They'll put sugar on it and put music in the background, and the presenter will be waving their arms about or cycling towards you while they're speaking for some unknown reason. They even do that on Panorama, for crying out loud. Panorama used to be an hour-long informational programme. Now it's like 30 minutes as escape from CBBC. It'll be presented by a Teletubby before you know it. But that's the problem with Brian Cox. I don't have any problem with him personally. It's the type of programme, which is probably out of his hands. It's the producer that will come up with all this stupid stuff that he has to do. Oh, look at the stars. It's as though we've all, and I hate that phrase, dumbed down, but we've all become a lot more stupid. How? How is that possible? Because we have at our hands the devices with which we can learn, the likes of which we couldn't have dreamt of when I was a kid. Yeah, we're grand when I were a lad. You had to go to a library and look at books. You remember books, don't you?
No.
Yeah, there used to be a thing with pages. Taken from trees. Trees used to be a thing. They had forest. Oh, never mind. Look it up. That's the problem with Brian Cox, is it ain't him, it's the kind of programmes that he appears in. And they're all the blooming same. They're all the blooming same. Even the news. They can't stop waving their arms around. In case we get bored. Just tell us the facts, Jack. Anyway, I haven't finished reading about Brian Cox. And if, I will restate my case, if you know why he was trending today, because it appears to be a story that's at least a year and a half old, that the Express dug up for no apparent reason whatsoever, and he was all over Twitter. People being furious. Well, if you don't like it, you can go back and live somewhere else. You know, those people. What's amazing about those people is that by all their own criteria, they have won. You know, they've got everything that they wanted. Well, we knew what we were voting for, and they got it. Because they won, and they knew what they were voting for, then they won what they were voting for. That's the only conclusion you can make. And yet, you'd think they'd be delighted, but they're not. They're absolutely furious about everything. This is them when they've won. Can you imagine what they'd be like if they thought they'd lost? Anyway, I'll come back to that in a minute. Concert. Hello, Sean.
Hello, mate. Can I just say before I start, my heart goes out to Ellen McCrory's family.
Yes.
She was a great actress, she was.
Okay.
Right, mate. Getting to the sleazy Tories, right? How the hell can we take much more of these, like? The corruption in this, Matt Hancock making millions out of the pandemic or whatever you call it. You know what I mean? There's something not right here.
Right.
And Brian, I hope he gets on tonight, because I tell you what, Brian is a Tory in disguise, and I'd like to know his view about the Tories' corruption.
Okay, well, I'll pass your phone number on. You can have a chat at length. Don't encourage him. Thanks a lot, Sean. Making millions, is he? I had no idea. From the pandemic, or whatever you call it. Neil texts, you even have to book an appointment to go to the tip here in Pembrokeshire. Yes, that's right. That's not just in Pembrokeshire. I am so sick of having to book appointments to do anything. I mean, it used to be that you go to the barber, and walk in the door and sit down and wait. Just wait. Wait there. But now you go in, so have you got an appointment? No, I haven't got an appointment. Oh, sorry, we can't see you then. Thinking about going to the pub? No. Have you got an appointment? God, it's like trying to see the doctor. And you can't do that either, because he's not even taking appointments. He'll talk to you on the phone, maybe, if you're lucky, if you live long enough. You've got to have an appointment to go to a gardens. Like Kew Gardens, you used to be able to just walk in, you know, like an ordinary human being. Now, if you don't book 2 weeks ahead of time and arrive at your precise designated hour, then your name's not on the list and you're not getting in. It's a garden. I've had it up to here. I really have. And like I said before, and I was talking to Gibbon about... We were talking about this, weren't we, Gibbon? Yeah. We're belly aching on and on about this, to the point that we forgot to actually help people. It was one of those weeks. We have been getting much, much better in helping people, because people send us their issues, and Carol and I try to solve them while maintaining a straight face. And failing. But we didn't manage to get around to many people's problems today because we were too busy belly aching.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
Yeah, mostly about having to book, So I won't go over that territory because it'll be on the podcast coming out on Monday. What's your problem with Nick and Carol? If for next week oh, never mind. I was going to say send us your problem, but we probably won't get around to it. We've got too many saved up from today that we didn't get around to. But you will be completely satisfied. I absolutely guarantee it. 0345 6060 973. This text says the government have been successful selling off the NHS since they took power 11 years ago. Well, I won't do the voice because it appears to have... I appear to have ruined it already. Like that. But they will say that no administration has done more to keep the NHS in a fit and proper state and to protect it from private interference and business and all of that. Just gaslighting over and over again, telling us that they're not doing the thing that they're actually doing. They're like the schoolyard bully who picks on the smallest kid, grabs his hand and starts hitting himself in the face with his own hand. Or hitting him in the face with his own hand. Why are you hitting yourself? This entire country needs to go and tell teacher. Francesca says, I have sussed everything out. Lefties control what you can or cannot say, and righties control all the money. Francesca, you've sussed nothing out, apart from the righties control all the money part. Lefties control what you can or cannot say. Which lefties? Are you talking about the billionaire press barons? Those radical left-wingers? Like Rupert Murdoch, Rothermere, those people, the Barclay brothers... Those radical lefties, is that what you're talking about? Or are you talking about the Tory party donors who run the BBC? Which lefties are you talking about? There aren't any. Perhaps she's referring to the little old Guardian. There's more people write for the Guardian than read the Guardian. This nonsense about the lefties being in control of the media. Which media are you talking about? Point to the media that the lefties are in control of. There aren't any. Sarah in Putney texts, Nick, does your new haircut look as good as Boris's doesn't? Yeah, that's about right. That's a correct equation. I must get through this Brian Cox thing. I'll ask again. Does anybody know why Brian Cox was trending today? Because he was trending on Twitter all day long for something that he said a year and a half ago, which was for some reason dredged up by the Express. Unless I missed something. I mean, I can't be the only one who noticed it. It was on Twitter all day long. All day long. People were belly aching about, he doesn't like it. Bleep off somewhere else then. You know, those people. Reading. Hello, Jasmine.
Hiya.
Jasmine.
How are you?
I'm great, mate.
I missed you last weekend.
Yeah.
Did you enjoy your break?
I did.
And how's your haircut?
My haircut is cold around the neck area. I was quite surprised about how cold not having a huge amount of hair is. I got quite used to it.
By your description, what's a huge amount of hair?
A huge amount of hair would be... how old are you, Jasmine?
I'm 26.
Oh, well, 26.
Thank you.
Okay, well, I was going to say a sort of a Donny Osmond amount of hair, but you wouldn't have any idea what I'm talking about.
No, sorry.
How about a David Cassidy amount of hair? That doesn't help either, does it? How about Slade? A Slade amount of hair. You still don't know what I'm on about, do you?
No.
Mud? Tiger feet?
Yes.
Really? You know Mud
Yes.
and Tiger feet?
Yes.
Well, there you go.
Rock and roll!
A Mud amount of hair. I think I'm going to have to get up a picture of Mud and see what they actually look like, because I can't guarantee that that's what my hair used to look like. But well, you remember that the classic David Bowie clip where he was on Top of the Pops and he put his arm around oh my God, I've forgotten what his name is. His guitarist. What was his guitarist around that? No, well, yeah, Mud. Okay, you get a picture of Mud, and he's the guy on the left with the perm.
Yeah.
That's pretty much what I used to look like.
Oh, God.
Yeah, exactly.
So, the main purpose of me calling you was I have a very important question for you.
Yes.
Are you Team Colin or are you Team Cuthbert?
Who?
Cuthbert the caterpillar.
Oh, God, I can't believe that this is actually a thing that people are talking about. We're talking about a cake from M&S, right?
Yeah, and
it's just a
the
cake.
one from Aldi. M&S have launched the case in High Court.
I know, it's a cake with a face on it. It's a long cake with a face on it.
Yes, but you haven't answered the question. Which team are you?
I'm in the I don't care team. How does that sound?
How rude!
Well, it's cake-based rudeness. I will admit to that. Yes, but what surprises me is that they've actually managed to get court time. Has it started yet? This court action?
No. I think it was. I only caught sight of it in the news today.
Right.
And apparently it was only lodged on Thursday, so probably not yet, definitely not.
Yeah, because the courts are backed up from now until next Christmas and beyond.
Oh, no. They're backed up until 2023.
Wow.
There's a backlog of 55,000 cases.
Whoa. But, and it's got to that stage under the party of law and order. They do the opposite of everything that they say. And people think, oh, well, it's okay. They've solved that problem because they just said that they've solved that problem. And then the Conservatives just drop it like a hot stone and march on to the next promise that they have no intention of keeping.
Or they just create a commission, launch an inquiry, say that everything's fine, and then move on.
Well, once you've launched an inquiry, then that gives you permission to say, well, I can't say anything now about that subject because I don't want to prejudge.
Wait 2 years, then say lessons have been learned and everything's fine. Of course they have.
Lessons have always been learned. And the lesson they've learned is it doesn't matter what it is, they can always get away with it.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay, thanks a lot, Jasmine. You have wisdom beyond your years.
Thank you.
Cheers, my dear. 0345 6060 973. This text says it isn't gaslighting, it's lying. Yes. Yeah, we've got to stop couching terms or couching the truth in more benign terms. Liar! If it's lying, say lying. But there is an element to gaslighting. I mean, the gaslighting part is, and this is a phrase that's relatively new to me, gaslighting. Is it a new phrase or is it something that's been around for a really, really long time? I don't know. I don't know why it's called gaslighting either. Why is it called gaslighting? But it's telling people that they're doing something while doing the opposite. They do it all the time. All the time. We are the party of law and order. No, they aren't. It's the opposite of the truth. Like that nice lady said, we got court cases up to our eyeballs. They close down courts. They hobble the actual business of law and ordering while saying that we are the party that will defend law and order. We are the party that will put police on the streets, they said, taking 10,000 police persons off the streets. Same with the NHS. We're the party that supports our nurses. No, they don't. It's the opposite of the truth. And they keep doing it over and over and over again. That's why they're all smirking. That's why they've all of them have got that smirk on their face. That little twinkle in the eye and that little barely contained smile when they're on TV. Because they know that they're getting away with it. They can say anything they bloomin' well like, and their fans will do a little happy clappy dance and start waving their little plastic flags around. It's infuriating. And that's the point. If it infuriates the snowflake left-wing liberals, then they love it. They're fans. Regardless of what it is, doesn't matter what it is, they love it. If Boris Johnson came round and torched the house of one of his fans, they would love it because left-wing liberals would complain about the smoke. Here we go. Gaslighting. The term originated from the 1938 play and 1944 film adaptation Gaslight, where the protagonist's husband slowly manipulated her into believing that she's going mad. Yes, exactly right. I think this entire country is on the verge of a nervous breakdown. I know I am. I'm talking about Brian Cox, who was, for some reason, trending on Twitter because of a thing that he said a year and a half ago that was written about by the Express today as though it was current news. I'm really mystified by this. Somebody must know about it because it was on the internet all day long. So please tell me why. Why? Anyway, he was replying to Priti Patel, the Home Secretary. You know Priti Patel? No! Yes, that's her. On her plans to intercept migrants crossing the Channel. You know, push them all back out to sea, let them drown, that'll teach them. Priti Patel wrote, "We need the cooperation of the French to intercept boats and return migrants back to France. I know that when the British people say that they want to take back control of our borders, this is exactly what they mean," she said. And Professor Cox did not hold back. He replied, "I'm so sick of this the British people nonsense." Which is right. He said it's inflammatory and divisive, and also errant, vacuous nonsense with no meaning in a multi-party democracy. The phrase should be banned from political discourse. Correct amundo. Priti Patel does not speak for the British people. A minority of the British people voted for her party. I bet she couldn't get a tenth of those people to vote for her personally. And yet she keeps using that phrase, the British people want this, or the British people want that, or they voted for this and that, which are things that she wants. Not the British people, as though we all think with one mind. That's the point that Brian Cox was making, and he's correct. It's an old con trick that makes the heart of thinking go along with whatever's being proposed, because they hear it and they argue that that's what they want. And they conflate their desires for those of the whole of Britain. The British people want this. As though we're one big amorphous blob. That is, however, way too much thinking for the dingalings. And they get a brain fog, and they start yelling about traitors. And if you don't like it, why don't you go off to another country, you know? As though to disagree with that minority of purple-faced fury-mongers is to be unpatriotic. That's the cute way that works, that phrase, the British people. You disagree with what I've just said that the British people want, and that means that you're not British somehow, or less British, or some sort of foreign infiltrator. So that's what Brian Cox was saying, and he was completely correct in every respect.
Affirmative.
And so it was in the Expression on Twitter today, reading the comments that poured in and made me, oh God, I was rolling my eyes so much it made me seasick. Professor Cox has long been an opponent of Brexit, said the Express, and called for another vote on the issue. He called for another vote on the issue of a second referendum?
We should have a second referendum.
What kind of an idiot would want a second referendum?
We should have a second referendum.
I mean, what sort of gopping fool would want a second referendum?
We should have a second referendum.
That's what he said. And the Express reports that many took issue with his apparent woke stance. Oh, my God, if I hear that word woke one more time, I'm going to scream. One response read, woke professor calls for the phrase the British people to be banned. See, all of the comments said out loud that they had not read what Brian Cox had said. What they had read was the headline in the Express and the comments about it on Twitter. What they hadn't done was read what he actually had said or comprehend it in any way. But it didn't stop them from exploding with fury, because everybody's on the verge of exploding with fury all the blooming time these days. Woke professor calls for the phrase the British people to be banned. He would never say this about the French people or the German people, of course, completely misunderstanding his point, which was that Prissy Patel, you know Prissy? No! Prissy Patel said that the British people want this, that and the other. That's what they voted for, as though we all think alike. And nothing could be further from the truth. Another message said that Professor Cox had previously used the phrase European citizens. It said British people, used for the people of Britain, not okay. European citizens, used for the citizens of Europe, yeah, that's fine. Completely misunderstanding his point. European citizens is just a description. Nobody says that the European citizens want this or that or the other. It would be a stupid thing to say, just as stupid as it is for Prissy Patel to say the British people want this or that. The British people can't decide how many sugars they want in their tea. Somebody else wrote, I love your programmes and you are so knowledgeable about the universe, but please do not preach to us about politics. We've had enough celebrities doing that with their holier-than-thou attitude. All right, first off, why does being in show business mean that you can't comment about anything other than being in show business? It's the only job that is true of. Why is that? Why is it that just because you're in showbiz, it does mean that you can't comment about anything? You're not allowed to have an opinion on anything. Because the people who are bashing out their furious opinions about politics on Twitter aren't politicians, are they? They don't specialise in politics. They do all sorts of things. How do they get a pass with whatever they do for a living to talk about politics? Why is it only celebs that can't comment on current affairs? And how exactly does Lawrence Fox fit into that, by the way, the darling of the Crimson Fury mongers, and yet that epitome of snowflake interferers, an actor, last time I looked.
Oh, fabulous.
Somebody else wrote, I'm a British person and patriotism is something I value highly. Oh, boy. Shall I read the rest of it?
No.
I'm a British person and patriotism is something I value highly. It's patriots who want to look after, treasure and make their country the best it can be. The British people are proud and pay a lot to this country. I'm sorry you have no patriotism, he wrote. Morons. We're surrounded by morons. And so Professor Cox, being a sensitive type, tried to clear up the situation. And the Express writes, and this is where I got confused, because I thought that they were writing about something that happened today. Because I got to the article from seeing that he was trending on Twitter, and then I read all this furious crimson comments about, oh, you're one of your... Well, yeah, bug off to another country then, you know, all that. And I thought, why? What's going on with him now? And then there was a link to the Express, and in amongst this sea of adverts, all dancing and videos that started when you try to stop. Oh, God, I really hate that. The Mail does that as well. You just can't stop the video starting. And it's often for the worst thing. Here's somebody getting a cyst the size of a football squeeze. And then the video started already. Oh, my God. Why does anybody want to watch that? Or this is the moment a child was run down and killed. And the video's on already. But you know me, I never complain.
Stop whining.
But seriously, that is awful. There should be some sort of law about that. I do not consent to have my eyeballs offended in that way. Because once you've seen it, you can't unsee it, right? Seared onto the back of my mind it is. And they used to not show that stuff. I mean, show the point at which someone dies. How is that okay? Without a warning of some sort. I mean, they wouldn't show me the point at which someone is conceived.
Disgusting.
Without a warning of some sort, would they? That is pretty bizarre. I mean, if you think about that what kind of a species is this when we ban the moment, we watch the moment of conception, but seeing the moment of death, oh, that's perfectly all right. No problem with that. You want to see someone get shot in the head in close-up? That's okay. The video has already started for your convenience. But you want to watch someone actually conceive life? No, that's right out. Anyway, Professor Cox attempted to clear up the situation. The Express writes, he said in August 2020.
What?
And I'm like, that must be a misprint. But no. This story is ages old. He said, some are misunderstanding this. Yeah, you got that right. Yeah, it's a little bit too complicated, you know, being as how it involves words and all. He said, the point is that invoking the will of the people, or derivatives in promoting policy, is a well-rehearsed propaganda technique and has no place in our democratic dialogue. Once elected, government must seek to unify, not divide. Yeah, that's correct. Both of those statements are correct. But, you know, the government has decided to go another way. They have sought to rule by dividing, by chopping absolutely everything up into like a social war. You're either on the side of the Jets or the Sharks. Pick one. And then all your decisions will be made for you. God, this entire country has become institutionalised. We don't have to think at all. He says, furthermore, governments can be radical and reforming without using division as a governing technique. Yet they can be, but it's so much easier to use division as a governing technique. And it seems to work all over the world, wherever it's tried. He says this government has a large majority and need not apologise for its policy choices. It was elected on a manifesto, but it should calibrate its language much more responsibly. Bingo!
Correct.
Yeah. And that date is right, apparently. It was from August 2020. So why is the Express printing this now? I've got no idea. I couldn't find out. Was it a slow news day? You know, what with the mountain of dead people, the economy in tatters, the virus mutations predicted to evade the vaccine, the crookedness of the regime, the billions missing, the mates enriched, the pile of scandals you'd need crampons to scale, the businesses lost, the Brexit promises unravelling, Northern Ireland in turmoil, sunny uplands dug up for graves. Did none of that appeal?
No.
No, they dug up a story from last blooming August in order to pile onto Brian Cox. Oh, the comments underneath this story. Oh, boy, it was like lifting up a rock. You've got no idea till you read them. So there is an explanation that's come in about why Brian Cox was trending on the internet all day long. I bet he's still on there now. A trending topic. This anonymous text says, Brian Cox was trending as people were referring to the actor by that name, and people seemed confused as to why, but kept hashtagging it. Right. Right, so it had absolutely nothing to do with Brian Cox. This is a genuinely old story. But no, but that's incorrect because the Express was writing about it today. The date on the story in the Express was today. But the story itself appeared to be about something that happened last August. So what's that about? Now I sound like Underworld. What's that about? Julian says, Cox seems more concerned with his own personality than the subjects he espouses. Plus, he was a duff artist. You've been charmed by him. No, I haven't. What are you talking about? More concerned with his own personality than the subjects he espouses? Do me a favour, Julian. He's an actual real-life scientist. Telly is a side gig for him. He's one of those giant brains that works on the CERN project. You know the CERN project, don't you?
No.
Oh, it's something to do with tunnels. I've got no idea. Glenn says, you keep saying that you've won the argument. Eh? I keep saying that I've won the argument. What argument? No, I don't. When have I ever said that? What argument have I won? Well, read on, you idiot, and you'll find out. He says, you keep saying that you won the argument, but what you don't seem to realise is that you lost the referendum. God. Therefore, you've lost the argument, says Glenn. None of that makes any sense, but at least you included 5 exclamation marks in order that, so you just... That's the equivalent of walking away and, doing that with your hands. It's like, there, take that. That's it. Done and dusted. 5 exclamation marks. I've never said I've won the argument. What argument are you talking about? And I didn't lose the referendum. Everybody's lost the referendum. What's that?
Well, you said that he's won the argument, not you. The argument is the referendum, I think.
Yeah, right. Okay. Yeah. Everybody lost. We're considerably poorer than we were. There's no getting around it. We just are. And we're losing business, and we're losing money, and we're losing people, and, the brain... This is a country that can't afford to a brain drain. We can't afford a brain drain. We've all lost. It's just that the people who voted for this loss are trying desperately to convince themselves that no such thing has happened. It's too much loss of face. It would be to admit that you've been duped. Anyway, here are some of the comments about Brian Cox. See if you can get your head around this one. This is the comment section of the Daily Express. White ethnic victimization on a grand scale. The pure and utter intellectual depravity shown by many woke supporters and their equally racist friends as now allowed leading academic identities like Prof. Cox to involve themselves in popular left-wing extremist anarchy and mayhem by reason of the over-the-top promotion of black and ethnic complaints of imaginary wrongdoings against them. This next bit's in capital letters. All of it. We Britons have got no need to make any apologies to anyone. Professor Cox, I say this. British people overwhelmingly oppose your comment. This has got to be a Russian bot.
Affirmative.
I mean, doesn't that sound like a robot wrote that?
Yes.
It sounds like words picked at random from a dictionary by an automaton.
Correct.
This one doesn't know. It says that is the problem with these professors, brilliant at what they do, but total nut jobs with everything else, as opposed to everyone commenting on this article who are just total nut jobs. Again, somebody who's really, really smart and bright, indisputably smart, must only be allowed to comment on, particle physics or whatever it is he does during the day. That is the only topic on which anybody is remotely interested in hearing him speak. And by that extension, a bus driver must only talk about driving buses. That is the only subject that anybody wants to hear a bus driver speak about. Which includes, nice out, isn't it? No, right out, not a meteorologist. Not interested. Eileen, this is great. Eileen wrote, Cox just signed her own death knell. Wow. I mean, that's really brief, but there's so much to unpack there. Okay, first of all, for a start, Brian is a he. I mean, I'm pretty sure he hasn't transitioned, which is not to say that I wouldn't support him if he did become a she, or a they, or an it, or an undecided, or whatever. But I think we can fairly safely call Brian Cox a he until told otherwise. Cox just signed her own death knell. I mean, second, that seems to be a death threat, or at the very least an admission that certain people might react to hearing an opinion that doesn't correspond to their own by murdering the person responsible for saying it. And third, you don't sign your own death knell, Eileen. You sign your own death warrant. You hear your death knell. Come on, Eileen. Tulurai.
Rock and roll!
This says, I dare say he'd have no issues with the term European people or even French people, Germany people, Indian people, African people or Scottish people. This is just another attack on Britain and her people by a self-loathing left-wing sycophant riding the wokerati bandwagon. Oh, God. See, these people are voting. This is an indication of why we've got to the state that we're in.
Oh, fabulous.
Voting they are. Wokerati. God. This one says, another idiot who will make himself unwatchable. Go woke, go broke. Keep your political claptrap to yourself. Again, anybody that appears on television is not allowed to speak about anything other than, presumably, appearing on television. As opposed to everybody that's commenting on these stories who are apparently given a free pass, regardless of what they do for a living, to spout on endlessly about politics. But, oh, my God, if you've ever been a celebrity, if anybody could recognise you in the street, then nobody is remotely interested in anything you've got to say, which is the opposite of the truth. Of course they are. The morons. We're surrounded by morons. And they're voting, like I said, which gives us a pretty good clue as to why we're in this mess. Ain't that right, Bodger?
I can't comment on that.
Okay, let's have Chigwell. Hello, Andrew.
Yes, good evening.
Andrew.
I'm tired of listening to you always slag off our crooked politicians, how bad the NHS is, we've got loads of cancer patients dying, and all the rest, carrying on and on and on. Would you prefer to be over in the great European community, where they're on their third lockdown? They got no vaccines. You got Ursula von der Leyen. God, she is really tops. You've got Germany, who is not approving.
Hang on. Wait. Back up. You started this by saying that you're, because I thought that this was a spoof. I thought that you were being sarcastic.
I am being sarcastic.
Oh, right.
I'm being very sarcastic. That every time we hear how bad things have got and what is going wrong with our disastrous government, how badly it's done. We haven't done too badly compared with everyone else. Well, there's a lot more.
So you're not being sarcastic.
I'm not being sarcastic when it comes to the disaster that's over in Europe.
Right.
No, they are in a real mess.
But aren't we in a mess?
Not compared. Are we in a third lockdown? Are we having like in India? thousands more people dying. No, we're actually doing pretty, for once, we're actually doing pretty well.
But people keep saying, we better not go into a third wave. But we're just coming off the third wave. It's like people have forgotten how to count to three. The first wave was in March, April last year, and then we had another much worse wave in November, and then we're just coming down off an even worse wave at the back of February. So we've already had three waves, so we're ahead in that regard. Plus, we have more deaths per head of population and a worse economic result than any other country, not just in Europe, but in the world. If you combine those two things, we've done worse than any country on Earth. But go ahead and keep comparing us to other countries.
What about France?
What about? Always with the whatabouts. Yeah, what about this and what about that? How about Hillary's emails must have something to do with it.
What about good France? That 80% of the fishing people in Bristol can't fish because of their great agreement with Brexit. That's really slapped them in the foot.
Yeah.
What about in Germany? Hang
on a minute, back up. You were saying, I didn't really quite get what you said about the fish. Are you saying that the French fisher persons have had a bad deal, or the British ones?
They have had a lousy deal because we have 80% of their fleet have not got license to fish where they used to. So
it's the French fishing community that's in trouble, not the British one.
Exactly.
Well, that's 100% wrong. But go ahead. What else have you got?
Well, if you have a look at, if you actually read the news, what's going on, I believe, where is it? Is it Brittany? The people that are closest to us, 80% of their fisheries cannot go out because they're not licensed by British, which they need a special licensing.
Andrew, have you heard how furious the British fishing industry is?
Well, the British fishing industry have always complained no matter what.
So they're a bunch of moaners, and we should disregard anything they say on the matter of fishing.
No, I'm saying that the British in general are a bunch of moaners, but they don't see what worse is happening elsewhere.
No, it isn't worse. It's the opposite of that. It's not worse because the fish that we catch around these parts aren't eaten by British people. We don't like mackerel and all of that stuff, and crevettes and all of those things that we sell to Europe. But the fish that they catch around Europe, the Europeans actually like. So we export most of what we catch around here, and we like the tasteless fish that we catch around Iceland and places like that, cod and haddock, that sort of stuff that doesn't taste of anything.
And the French are fishing in our waters to get to sell fish to us, which they can't do anymore. But that's only one. But
they can. It's the deal that Boris Johnson skillfully concluded that shot the fishing industry in this country in the face.
But they only have 80% of the fishermen in France have not been issued by the British the licensing that they require.
I don't know what I don't know what you're talking about, and neither do you. The people who have lost, the fisher people who have lost in this deal are the British. There's no getting around it. What else have you got?
The Germans, the COVID in Germany is rising at a high pace at the moment.
And they still have fewer dead people than we do.
No, yes, and they're slowly catching up. we're out.
Right. So let's just back up for a moment. They have fewer dead people than we do, but the key thing to take away and remember about this is that at some undefined point in the future, they may be worse. Is that your point?
Where our death rate is going down, theirs is going up at a higher rate.
Yes, it's going down, but it's still adding to.
Germany, the death rate is going up higher, much higher than it was, and at a faster rate than it was. Britain, our death rate is going down at a fast rate.
Yes, but presumably because there's precious few people alive to be killed by it.
In Germany, the reason why their death rate is going up, because they only have 14% of their population vaccinated.
Right.
Because of the great deal that the EU and Ursula von der Leyen has provided.
Andrew, you must have expressed this feeling out loud, and probably every single time you've done it, somebody has come back at you and said, yes, but within the European Union, we could still have had the exact same vaccine rollout. There are no rules or regulations that would have prevented us from doing that. So you've probably heard that before. Heard that before, but I imagine it just bounces off you like a tennis ball off a wall because you're on send, you're not on receive.
If we were still within the EU, we could not.
Misinformation coming up.
Warning!
Go ahead. We could only purchase the vaccines from the EU.
Wrong. Incorrect information. You just made that up, Andrew. You assumed that it was right, and you underlined it. And you put it in bold because you thought that will make it true. But it isn't. It's the opposite of truth.
Where am I wrong on that?
In every way, shape and form, Andrew, as I previously explained. And then I said, but when people say that to you, it just bounces off like a tennis ball off a wall. Which it did because you didn't hear it. I deserve some sort of medal. A medal for patriotism. I want one right now. I mean it. I've been having this kind of argument with that kind of person for about 6 years now. Oh my God, I can't take it anymore. 0345. So, plus, I want an Admiral's uniform and I want it right now. Where's my sword? Anyway, it's been a delight, Andrew.
Mm-hmm.
My thoughts entirely.
Yeah.
This text says, why does the Beeb seem so intent on dumbing down? I was brought up with the home and light services. Do I need to say more?
Yes.
Yes, you do need to say more. Got no idea what you're talking about. Some barbers in Warwick are walk-in, God's sakes. That's mystifying. What do you mean, God's sakes? You mean for God's sake? Is that a Warwick thing? Yeah, no doubt some barbers in Warwick are walk-in, but I don't live in Warwick, do I? What good is that to me? Richard texts, quite agree about the documentaries. Have you noticed that any doc about space has to be filled with loud music plus bangs and whooshes? Why? Also, all docs now need 5 minutes telling all the stuff they're going to be telling us about for the rest of the programme. Well, that's that old journalist adage that tell them what you're going to tell them, and then tell them what you told them. But they seem to, I don't know, maybe it's just an indication of people's just general lack of attention span these days, what with, the internet and all. But whereas they used to pack an hour's programme in with an hour's worth of material. These days, they pack an hour's programme with about 5 minutes of material that they just stretch out with long swooping helicopter shots of something that's got nothing to do with it. And they'll photograph the documentarist like they photograph Slash in a Guns N' Roses video.
Rock and roll!
You're not a rock and roller. And that space hippie is primarily at fault in that regard. What's this? What's that?
What's what?
I don't know. It's just a big message appeared where there isn't ordinarily a message. That was weird. Cool. It's like that was very, very bizarre. This screen over here with all the calls on it.
Yeah.
Doesn't normally have a message on it, but a big message just appeared.
And then disappeared.
And then disappeared again.
Mm.
Spooky. Chris the cabbie says, black cab drivers tomorrow are lining up on both sides of the Mall to pay our respects to the Prince, and we get to stand on top of Admiralty Arch for a minute's silence at 3 p.m. Hell of a photo opportunity for anyone who wants to come down. We'll be there from 2 How are you going to get on top of Admiralty Arch? On top of it? Is that safe? How are you going to get up there, Chris? And Brian Cox texts, Nick, I was just thinking, aren't hippies amazing? Yeah, yes, Brian.
Yowza.
Yes, they are. As in science fiction. St John's Wood. Hello, John.
Hi, how are you doing?
Good,
how
thanks.
You doing, Nick?
Yes, fine.
Good. I basically just wanted to say that I completely agree with Andrew, and that it's really important that we upset these lefty snowflakes. They're just being completely ridiculous.
Right. Is that it? is that you out of material?
Well, I mean, kind of, yeah. But look, basically, I used to be completely in favour of lockdown. You know, like back 6 months ago or something like that.
Right.
I was really in favour. I thought it was a really good idea. Mm-hmm. But then something like monumental happened that completely changed my opinion on the whole situation.
Really?
I'm immensely grateful to you for everything you've done in British politics over the last few years. I used to be an ardent Remainer. I voted Remain. I believed in the European project. Mm-hmm. I believed that staying in the European Union was the best thing for us. And then something happened, and something monumental happened. It completely changed my opinion on the whole situation.
What was that monumental thing, Mark?
I was kicked in the head by a horse.
Right, very good. Okay, fine. Thank you.
No, thank you. He gives and he gives. Weybridge, Jennifer.
Good evening, Nick.
Good evening, Jennifer.
Well, how are you?
I'm great, mate. How are you?
Well, you've got to keep going, Nick. That's all
what
I can
else?
say to you.
What other choice have I got?
I know. I couldn't live without you. So there you go. But the problem is there's a shortage of garden gnomes.
What?
There's a shortage of garden gnomes. Now, the mainstream media seem to be ignoring this fact. But luckily, the French have picked up on it.
Oh, thank goodness.
Now, I don't know whether it was the blockage in the Suez Canal or Brexit or whatever.
Yeah.
But, I mean, we've lived through Brexit, now COVID.
Yes.
Now a gnome shortage.
Oh, my God. They left the worst till last. I can't believe it.
Well, what next? I hope this... I'm speechless.
And how is this...
affecting me?
Well, okay.
Well, I had a nice little garden gnome.
Yes.
Which belonged to my mother, but unfortunately it got broken, and I'm not able to glue it together. And I was thinking of buying another garden gnome this year to replace it.
Right. Well, which bit got knocked off?
Well, the head.
Oh, it's the whole head. Oh, right, okay.
Yes.
See, that would be alarming to a passerby if you had a collection of garden gnomes with no heads.
I can't rely on it in the British weather to stay on if I just glued it, you know?
Right.
And it doesn't look as good.
No.
So I was hoping to get a new one.
Yes. And what was the gnome doing, by the way?
Well, he was just waving. He was just a happy little gnome.
Right.
Yes. Oh,
what made him so happy, by the way, you know, concerning...
Well, gnomes aren't they?
Are they?
Well, I thought they were.
Well, until you knock their head off, they are.
Well, that's why I like them, because I thought they were happy little people.
Yeah. Well, see, now that's offensive. What do you mean? What do you mean by little people?
Oh, no. Happy. Happy gnomes.
I see, I'm not even sure you're allowed to say happy. What does that mean?
Oh, do you know...
What are you inferring?
Reminded me, my granddaughter is Naomi, and I keep calling her gnomes. Is that offensive, do you think?
Only to Naomi.
Oh, my goodness. I'll have to... I'm going to have to apologise for
You're
that.
going to have to sort yourself out, Jennifer. So what kind of gnome do you have your eye on?
Well, just a cute little fella, you know, waving away at people passing by.
Well, couldn't he be doing something? I mean, you know, gnomes...
I can't even get a gnome at the moment, let alone choosing what he's doing.
Oh, right, that's right. Yeah, that was the whole point of your call, that there's a gnome shortage.
I can't believe. Are you really unaware of this? Are you ignoring this problem?
I am both unaware and ignoring it at the same time.
Well, there you go.
I know, there I go, yeah.
But I'm going to have to rely on the French to draw it to the attention
of the world's media, yeah.
The exporters, yes,
Yeah.
the world's media, and
Is this because of
companies.
right? Is this because of Brexit? By the way, is it a Brexit-related
it
issue?
Could be
Oh
the
my
Suez
God!
Canal blockage. Don't you think?
Right.
Because I'm beginning to think a lot of the gnomes could be Chinese made.
I would think so. Yes. Yeah, I would think so. Yeah.
Right. Well, anyway, if you can give this problem of mine some thought,
I
I'd
most
be very
certainly
grateful.
will do nothing of the sort. Thanks for bringing it to my attention, Jennifer.
No.
Okay, here is the information. UK experiences garden gnome shortage due to Suez Canal blockage and lockdown. There's a blockage in the Suez Canal. The Suez Canal needs an enema. Garden Centre Association Chief Ian told a disreputable broadcasting company that even garden gnomes had been affected by the blockage. Maybe that's why they've got that look on their face. They've got a blockage. He said, while garden gnomes are not top of everyone's list... Well, what does that mean? Well, they're on the top of everyone's list of garden gnomes. While garden gnomes are not on top of everyone's list, what kind of list are you talking about? Shopping list? No, of course they're not. That would be milk. Oh, milk's racist, by the way. Did you hear about that? Oh, God. Anyway, while garden gnomes are not top of everyone's list, gardening has been very popular during lockdown, and correspondingly, we've had difficult times where supply chains have been under pressure, he said. Under pressure.
Rock and roll!
Hate that song. So there's a garden gnome shortage. Appropriately. There's a shortage of garden gnomes. Isn't that appropriate?
Yes.
And a little bit offensive.
Affirmative.
British TV has been dumbed down, which is why I watch RT. Oh, no. I didn't see that coming. He watches RT. Oh, no. He says they talk rather fast, but they pack a lot in. Yeah, a lot of... can't say it. He says the news is actually new. Our TV might give out some of the facts, but ages late. Absolute rubbish. You're talking rubbish, William. Stop watching RT. It's affecting your brain. This text says, woke means that you actually have some sympathy and empathy for others rather than a pathological hatred of everyone and everything. Yeah, that's about right, yeah. Yeah. That's right. People use woke as an insult, but it's not an insult at all. It actually just means that you are... well, I'll give you the actual definition. Alert to injustice in society, especially racism. It means you're concerned for the feelings of others. But being concerned for the feelings of others make a large part of the country, but this country in particular, absolutely clenched fist furious. Just the very idea that you should be considerate of others makes some people so angry their eyeballs virtually explode. It's mystifying. It really is. It can't always have been this way. I mean, I know hatred is... and intolerance is one of our things. Hatred for absolutely everybody that doesn't walk, talk and squawk exactly like you do. But when did it become such that if you show feeling or kindness, people start screaming? Paul in Glasgow says, Nick, patriotism, isn't it the last refuge of the scoundrel? Yeah, so they say. Haringey, hello, Ben.
Oh,
Doesn't this country produce? It's amazing that this country produces lovely ladies like was on a few minutes ago. She sounds wonderful.
Yeah.
About the gnomes. Anyway, isn't it also amazing that the government are ahead in the opinion polls?
Oh my God!
After all the sleaze and all the lying and everything else and all the deaths, they're still ahead in the opinion polls. I find it extremely difficult to understand.
I don't get it either. How are they doing that? And it's not they that are doing it. It's our fault. Almost everything is our fault. We get the government that we deserve. That we allow them to act in this way by looking the other way and whistling and pretending that everything they're doing hasn't happened.
Yeah, I mean, they won't allow the investigation into the sleaze at the present time. I mean, that flabbergasting story about the civil servant who was employed by an extremely large company and also employed as a civil servant handing out contracts. They will not investigate that because it would bring up so much sleaze. It would be phenomenal.
The stench coming off this government could light a fire, and people are pretending it doesn't exist.
Yeah, it's just...
People will call me and say, "Oh, stop picking on Boris. He's doing his best." Yeah. Oh, my God.
The greatest statement I ever heard was that chap who said that, "I know Boris is lying, but I'll still vote for him."
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's just, I mean, that latest one, I mean, there must be many, many, many billions of pounds handed out in contracts to associations with that company and the MPs that support that company.
They refuse to even divulge the information about where the money has gone. They're just fronting it out. They're just saying, no, we don't care what you think. We don't care about the normal rules of behaviour in high office. We're not remotely interested in any of that. It's almost as though it's like, oh yeah, what are you going to do about it? and just carrying on regardless, because their fans love that. And the reason that they love it, even though the government's every action is doing their fans harm, the reason that the fans will let them get away with it is because it upsets the libs.
Yes.
And that's it. And that's it. That's where we are. This government can do anything as long as it upsets the Liberals. Their fans will be on side. Even if it's taking money directly from their fans' pockets, if it upsets the Liberals doing that, then the fans will encourage them. They'll applaud their every move. It's just amazing where we are. I just can't believe it.
Oh, it's a slight Trump when he said that I could shoot somebody in the high street and I'd still get away with it. I mean, God.
Donald Trump was right, and he was also right that Boris Johnson is mini Trump. Ain't that right, Bodger?
I can't comment on that. I
Exactly. All right, thanks a lot, Ben. 0345 6060 973. Here's the latest poll. If there was a general election held tomorrow, which party would you vote for? 43% said the Conservatives. 43%.
What?
Labour, 29%. How? Based on what information are people coming to that conclusion? Seriously, tell me now. I mean it. 43% say they'll vote for this government again, and 29% say they'll vote Labour. Why? Please do not couch your answer in the terms of, oh, well, it would have been worse based on what? Based on what would it have been worse? If you take together the death rate and the catastrophic effect of the lockdowns on the economy and on people in general, because we've had some of the most strict lockdowns in the world and still came out with the worst death rate and worst economy, how could it have been worse, given that we are now the worst? We're the worst major economy in the world, the worst affected major country on earth. So how could it have been better with another leader? We could have had Coco the Clown to be the leader of this. Ken Dodd could have been the Prime Minister and it wouldn't have gone any worse. At least it would have been funny every now and again. 43% going to vote for the Tories. Based on what? Oh, he's so cuddly. Look, he's got his hair all ruffled. Oh, he's like a teddy bear. Hey, the Greenies are up in the polls, though. Lib Dems are on 8. You remember the Liberal Democrats, don't you? The Liberal Democrats?
No.
The Liberal Democrats, you remember them?
Negative.
No. Yeah, they used to be a thing. But it's not Nick Clegg's fault. It's all your fault, Nick. I disagree with Nick. Liberal Democrats on 8, and the Greenies are also on 8%. I bet that's Greta Thunberg. I betcha. The Reform Party are on 3, SNPists on 5, Plaid Cymru on 1, and Other 2. Other? But that's the headline. 43% say they'll vote Tory if there was a general election tomorrow, and Labour are on 29. And the Tories were below Labour from about November last to February. So this hasn't been this way ever since Bojo got into power. From about November last to February, and since then, the Tories have been ahead and are extending their lead. And as for who would be the best Prime Minister, Starmer was ahead from last August to, again, this February. Since when, Johnson's gone into the lead and is currently on 34%, and Starmer's on 26%. How? I mean, it's not like we haven't got other choices. Like in America, you've got 2 choices. You've got the red side or the blue side. That's it. But in this country, there's no end of choices. It's just, it is genuinely mystifying to me. I just don't get it. It's like I'm living in a different country to 43% of the population of this nation. What news are they getting? And yet, if you dig down into the other questions that they asked about the ew, they said, how well or badly do you think the government are doing at handling Britain's exit from the European Union? Badly, 47%. Well, 40%. So the major issue of the day, other than the actual the virus itself, more people think that the government is doing a bad job than a good job, and yet they'd support them anyway. It says, in hindsight, do you think that Britain was right or wrong to vote to leave the European Union? Are you ready? People who think it was right to leave, 42%. People who think we were wrong to leave, 45%. It's just that the 42%, the minority, speak way louder. They speak in a yell. And the majority, and it was always a majority, they speak softly because they're frightened of getting yelled at by the minority. We are being led by whoever shouts the loudest. That's where we are now. I keep directing you to a film called Idiocracy, but that's what we're living through. Have I talked to this bloke? Yeah. I think I have, yeah. Let's have Enfield. Hello, Ruler.
Oh, my God, Nick, hi.
Ruler.
I've been hanging on so long I forgot what I called you about.
Hanging on the telephone.
Stop whining.
Yes. I wanted to give you a medal.
Bronze, silver or gold?
Whatever you want. Because you put up with these people about the fish and the,
and then what about this and what about that and what about Jeremy Corbyn? He would have done a worse job. What about France and what about Benghazi and oh God, it just goes on and on.
It's trying to justify why we came out of the EU. Really, so we didn't have a voice before, and now if we were stuck in there, we had to abide by their rules.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. all of those stringent rules that we are now not abiding by, and things seem pretty much the same. I don't know about you, but it seems to pretty much, if not worse, actually worse.
And as you said, we have got the worst death rate.
Yeah.
And and we are the fastest in the vaccines, but everyone else doesn't have as high as we do over here.
But actually, we're not. We're not fastest. We keep persuading ourselves that we are doing a world-beating job, but we're not.
We are British, God damn it.
Exactly. Well, that is true, yes. And that seems to be the phrase that wins every argument these days, because this entire country has wrapped itself in the flag.
So who's higher than us?
Well, America has doled out way over 100 million vaccines in less time than we've doled out about 35 million. So as we are more tightly packed together and more accessible, Americans live, if you, like some places in America, you can be 100 miles from your neighbour. Yeah. Great open prairies, enormous spaces between people. If they can do 100 million in the time in which Biden's been the president, as opposed to us who've only managed a third of that.
Yeah.
Well, that's not a great result, really, is it?
No, I suppose. Yeah, you're right.
See, but they always compare us, the people who are still trying, they're still trying to fight and win that Brexit vote, because their fury and their permanent anger does indicate that that is a fight that they haven't given up on.
Yeah.
They're still fighting it.
But even the fish that they haven't won, it's gone pear-shaped, they're still trying to justify it.
The fish have gone pear-shaped.
Can I just say, Nick, I missed you last week.
Oh, thanks, Ruler. Cheers, my dear. Ta-da. 0345 6060 973. That is interesting, though, isn't it? The people that shout the loudest about the European Union, they still appear to be fighting that battle. As maybe it's that they're waiting for, the Sunny Uplands thing to really kick in. And until then, they feel that they have to constantly yell about it in order to mask their disappointment. I don't know what's going on there. I really don't. I've given up on trying to figure people out. People, ugh. I've met them, and I'm not that keen. Here, have I done a break? Have I done this break? Have I done this break?
Why? What? Sorry.
Have I done this break?
No.
I haven't.
No.
Daniel texts, I just took a look at Twitter, and poor old Brian Cox is still taking a right beating, the poor fella. Hey, you people, leave that kid alone. This says, not only do the Germans have fewer dead people, they also have sufficient beds to treat people with other illnesses and conditions. Yeah, well, that is absolutely true. In fact, I think in all of Europe, only Sweden has fewer beds per head of population than we do. And I believe that is because they managed to treat their citizens outside of hospital. They have, it's absolutely indisputable that they have a better health system and a better caring system than we've got in this country, because we don't care. We don't care. Sorry, I'm just moving my chair to a more comfortable position. Comfortable now. 0345 6060 973. So why are people piling into Brian Cox then? I still not really. I still don't know why. Why did the Express write yesterday about a story that Brian Cox said last August? Why did it come up today? I really genuinely am clueless as to why that happened. And no one's explained it. I get that if people were talking about the other Brian Cox from Broughty Ferry, very good show that. For whatever reason, I don't know why people would be talking about the actor Brian Cox. He always played the bad guy. Pretty much every film he was ever in. He played an American bad guy. He was in the not Mission Impossible, Jason Bourne. He was the evil guy in Jason Bourne. No! So I don't know why people would be yakking on about him, but Brian Cox, the professor, you know, the hippie,
Groovy.
Brian Cox, space hippie, got it in the neck as well. But I don't know why the Express was writing about him yesterday about something that he said last August. Maybe they're playing catch up. You know, they're very, very busy over there. They can't keep up with current events at the Express. Let's have Dunbar. Michael.
Hi, hello, Nick. I just wondered, why is Boris still allowing people to come across here as tourists from India and also from Brazil?
Yeah.
You know, we've got the variant over here now, you know, the new virus from India. 75 people have got it apparently in Britain, so
it's a mystery.
Want to kill us all off or something?
Well, yeah. The thing with variants is that if they appear in one place on Earth, they will eventually get here. There's no doubt about it. Unless we stop all people coming in permanently forever, it will arrive here. So what we need is a test and trace system. And what is it, about £37 billion later, we still haven't got one.
Contact tracing. Contact tracing.
Oh, give it up, Boris. You're never going to get it.
It is worrying. I think by next year and the year after and year after, we're all going to be getting boosted all over the place with the different vaccines. We're going to have a body full of pumpkin vaccines, and, you know what I mean? The way things are going, it's going to be terrifying.
Yeah, we're going to be up to our eyeballs. That they'll be serving them in pints.
Absolutely. And I just wondered, you know, Brian from Stockton-on-Tees, what does he think about Boris bringing 3 million Chinese, Hong Kong Chinese people into Britain when he voted for Brexit?
Yeah, well, he'll be all for it because it's something that Boris Johnson's doing. It's part of his gang. And it doesn't matter what he says or does, it's okay with them because they've made the decision that he is the leader of the gang he am.
Oh, right. He had the pleasure to be on tonight, has he?
No, I can see him on the board. I haven't.
Oh, God. Hello, Brian. From Stockton.
He's been there for 50 minutes, and I've declined to take his call up to this point.
Oh, poor Brian.
Yeah,
Nick, you should have your own show with him, you know, the Nick and Brian show. That'd be great.
Yeah, let me think about that. Yeah, GRATE it'll be. Yeah. Thanks a lot, Michael. Keep your ideas to yourself. This says, Nick, you must learn to give other people a voice. You're rude and should definitely move to another country because you obviously hate it here. You don't know when you're well off. You're spelt wrong. And that really rubs me up the wrong way as well. And another thing.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
People that say, if you don't agree with us, then you should go and live in another country. Yeah, okay, here's an idea. You can take a running jump at yourself. I want what's best for this country. What is evidently best for this country? Staying in the European Union, for instance. Not having a government that is full of mafia types, for instance. Those two things would be evidently better for the country. That's what I would want. I want what's best for this country. People like that want what they have been persuaded is best for them personally. They think that they talk for the country. This is why that whole thing started with Professor Brian Cox. Because of what he said in response to a tweet by Priti Patel, who said something of the order of, the British people voted for pushing immigrants back out to sea. This is what the British people want. No, it's not what the British people want. It's what your demented fans want. But they don't speak for all of us. They just speak louder than anybody else. And just wrapping yourself up in the flag, which this government has done, means zero. It looks good, and it makes it feel as though they are representing this country, but they're not. It's just a piece of cloth on a stick. It's a trick. It's it's like a Jedi mind trick. You're not a Jedi, Bodger. Pat tweets, this Brian Cox story is being recycled. The only recycling the Express uses. Well, they don't have bins for paper and card. It says, the only recycling the Express uses is simple distraction for the explosive rage of the endlessly furious away from some kerfuffle engulfing Bozo's regime. There must be something they don't want us to talk about just now, maybe. Well, it's an excellent time to bury bad news. Keep your eyes peeled, everybody. I haven't got time in front of the news to take these calls. I'll come to you in a minute. In a minute. This text says, if the garden gnome had lost its fishing rod, we could blame it on the French, at least. Well, that's true. Peter in Guildford says, you're right about these programmes, such as Panorama, etc. I watched a very old debate between Tony Benn and Roy Jenkins, with David Dimbleby chairing it, from 1975. It was about the then common market, now long and dug down into the issues. Nowadays, however, the news broadcasters treat us as though we have the concentration of a gnat. Spelt wrong. For some reason, it's a gnat. We just seem to enjoy adding letters just for the hell of it. As though we're rooting around in a Scrabble bag, and a G came up. So, just stick G in front of Nat, and then don't use it in order to catch out foreigners. And don't even get me started on though.
This is your act?
Sadly, yes. Last story in the news. Are you kidding me? Animal rescuers in Poland were called in to a report of a dangerous-looking creature lurking in a tree. Lurking in a tree! And approached it with trepidation, only to discover the mystery beast was a croissant.
What?
How big are croissants in Poland? I mean, what? A woman in Krakow had called to say that the animal had been in the tree for 2 days, and that residents were afraid to open their windows because they worried it would go into their homes, according to the city's Animal Welfare Society. The organisation, which revealed the case on Facebook, said staff asked her whether could be a bird of prey, but she described it as resembling an iguana. Officers feared the animal was an unwanted pet and could have died of cold or hunger. No, it was unwanted lunch. One inspector, identified only as Adam, said they were used to pets being abandoned, writing, "We had an old Yorkie thrown into the yard in the evening, a seriously ill cat left in a closed transporter in a dumpster carport in winter, rats and hamsters with a cage thrown in the bush, even fish in a street bucket." And there's a picture of it. Oh, that's priceless. So it's right outside this woman's window, and it does actually look quite unpleasant, doesn't it? Like, what is that? Huh?
It's big.
It is big. It's a massive croissant. It's the scariest croissant I've ever seen. People had their windows closed in case it came in. I've been searching up and down for a croissant because I don't know. I think the French people put drugs in croissant. I'm forever going past people in the streets going.
Want to score some pot?
Want to score a pastry? Want to score a pastry, mate? I say no, thank you. I mean, good manners don't cost nothing, do they?
Be polite.
But you just can't get one. You can't get one. It's very irritating because every now and again I just have a yearning deep down inside for a croissant, but you just can't get them. Don't tell me that you can get them in a supermarket, because they are verifiably rubbish. Apart from one. I'll just throw that in, in case they all get offended. Apart from one. You know which one I mean, don't you? No. Rickmansworth. Hello, Keith.
Good evening, Nick. Good morning, I should say. Good morning.
Yes.
A little while ago, you asked your listeners, why is it that Labour only have 29% of a recent poll? And I found to give you the reason.
Go on.
The reason is that they're appallingly led. They're led by an insipid anti-socialist, even though it says on the party card, this is a Democratic Socialist Party. How can you be led by an anti-socialist? That's why they're doing so badly.
Well, what do you mean by socialist? You mean somebody who is interested in the NHS and the police and the army and, all of those things that we put money in the pot and for the benefit funding. Of all? Huh?
They're interested in public funding.
Well, isn't he? I mean, all politicians are interested in public funding. They all say, vote for me, I'll protect the NHS.
Yeah, but they're interested, socialists are interested in doing it in a socialist way.
How can you give money to the NHS in any other way but socialist?
You can pay the nurses the 12% they're asking for a start. There are lots of other ways as well.
That's not socialism, though.
It is part of trade unionism and socialism are synonymous. And he is anti-trade union, anti-socialist. And that's why they're doing so badly.
They're not synonymous. They are...
That's why you asked why they're doing so badly. That's why.
I don't believe that that's true.
Yeah, people may not want socialism hard and pure, but they don't want an anti-socialist leading them. He's not going to win. He's not going to win in 2024.
I think you're way off.
Johnson will win again.
I agree with that,
until we have a socialist leader, Labour will continue to be in the doldrums.
I think you are incorrect in your estimation of the current malaise affecting... Well, it could be any number of reasons. Okay, first off, it's like a war. There's the rallying around the leader in time of war. I mean,
Sonny. It's to do with if you had a decent opposition, you could knock Johnson into a cocked hat.
But look at the chart. The chart was Labour were ahead until February. What happened in February? The vaccine rollout. The only thing about this entire pandemic that the government have managed somehow
that is something
to get right, and that's when their fortunes changed.
I don't think it was since February. I think
it is.
Starmer has always been in the doldrums.
I'm telling you, it was since February. Look at the chart. The polls are...
You don't only go by what's in the chart. You go by the membership of the party.
No.
You go by talking to people prospective Labour voters.
Well, if you go by... listen to me. If you go by membership of the party, then Labour should...
No, that's one indicator. But
it isn't an indicator.
To the booth.
Right. I've got no idea what that means, but okay, whatever. It's got nothing to do with socialism. You say the word socialism and people stick their fingers in their ears and they hum loudly to themselves. They don't want to hear it because when people hear the word socialism, they think, oh, yeah, somebody's going to come in and take my stuff. And nobody wants that. But what it actually means is being more Danish, for instance. And the Danes, they are HAPPY. And the reason for that is because they have better safety nets than we do. And they have, they tax their citizens a little bit more. And that is also something that people in this country refuse to even contemplate. Despite the fact that they use the extra tax money for the good of the people, for all of the people, which makes them happier. But it does not compute. You don't think, I'm going to take more of your money to make you happy, because people stop listening at the take more of your money part. People aren't interested in socialism, because they think that it is something that's going to make them poorer. But it isn't. It's going to make them better off, because it's going to make them more secure. the things that the people that will be affected by spreading the money around more evenly are the very rich. And as the very rich are the ones that control the media in this country, those are the ones that start screaming from the front pages of their billionaire-owned newspapers that socialism is a bad thing. And their readers, who number in the millions, think, oh yeah, that's right, it's a bad thing. And it also feeds into your natural greed that people want to keep more of their money because they think that it will do them more good to keep more of their money. But honestly, what are you going to do with an extra couple of £100 a year as an individual? I mean, spread it out over on a weekly basis, and you'll buy what, a coffee and a bun a week. I mean, you won't get much change out of £1,000 if you've got a coffee and a bun habit every day when you go to work. And is that really going to make you a happier person? Might make you a fatter person. No, of course it won't. But if you give it to a centralised force that will use that money for good purposes, like giving mothers a longer period of paid holiday when they give birth, ditto fathers, giving people better pensions when they stop work, you know, all of that stuff, taking care of the citizens more, that creates a more harmonious and happier country. And the evidence of that is that it's always the same countries that come top of the happiness index. Every time it comes out, you know what they're going to be. It's always the same blooming ones. The ones that take a little bit more in tax and then spread that money around the people. Now, the very rich are furious at the very idea of having to take care of poor people at all. Which is why America, which is the sort of untrammeled capitalist state, and here are winner-takes-all philosophy. Forever dangling the prospect of of a future fortune in front of the people's faces, but it's always just out of reach. But don't stop fighting for it. Don't stop running after that carrot. The rules here are made by the people who have already made it. If you are not rich by the time you are born, it's vanishingly unlikely that you will be rich. I mean, you may, metaphorically, buy a winning lottery ticket, like either literally or metaphorically. But the vast majority of people stick where they're born. But see, you can't really sell that to people as a way to run a country. You have to say, well, we don't want to restrict the wealth creators, you know, all that stuff they keep coming out with. Just look at the happier countries, and do that would be a good idea. Instead of copying the countries where people are verifiably less happy. I mean, doesn't that make sense? Just don't start yelling socialism because people think that you're going to come in and take their stereo and their Pink Floyd records.
Rock and roll! We're running late!
Joe texts, Nick, I am a dual-trained nurse. What does that mean? You're trained in dueling? She can, or he, sexist, can inflict the pain and dress it. A dual-trained nurse, but I'm just counting down the weeks to get my residence papers in Crete. The longer all these nodding dogs carry on, the more skilled people are legging it, says Joe. John in Barnes says, I've just discovered Don Rickles. Keep up. It's about 50 years too late. I've just discovered Don Rickles. Have you ever heard of him? One of the most hilarious people I've ever seen. The roast of Ronald Reagan is pure gold, says John in Barnes. That's fresh, hot information just off the presses. Don Rickles, you say. Exciting new talent. Joe says, America has today surpassed 200 million doses. Not 100 million, as you mentioned earlier. Wow. Uncle Joe's only been on the job for 109 days so far. Now, that's impressive. I tell you what is impressive is pretty much everything that he's done so far. I mean, you think that Joe Biden would have been, a little bit dull.
Boring.
A little bit dull, a little bit old, barely making it through the day without being put on oxygen. But he has torn the place up. He is one radical, groovy guy.
Groovy.
And the stuff that he's been putting in place is just, wow. He really hit the ground running, and he just blew away everything that the Tangerine Tornado ever did.
Oh, shut up!
I mean, that was pretty much the first day to just undo all of the chaos and the ruination that dummy did.
Trust me, I'm like a smart person.
Yeah, like a smart person. It was a person with zero strategy.
There's no strategy. I have no strategy. There's zero strategy.
Zero strategy. But Joe Biden has a strategy, right enough. And he is getting stuff done over there. It's really quite remarkable. But he's getting it done quietly. People think, oh, well, he's not doing anything. He's so boring and dull. He's not doing anything. What's he doing? Doing anything is over there. That's because the news isn't just transfixed by this kaleidoscopic clown show that used to be in office over there. Even he couldn't believe it.
I'm president. Can you believe it?
No, no one can. We're still stunned. It's like we've just woken up out of a nightmare. That's the difference, is that the press aren't constantly obsessed with everything that Joe Biden says and does. Because what Joe Biden is saying and doing is actual, proper, real, nitty-gritty, boring news. What Donald Trump did was do this comedy clown act. So, of course, it was ratings gold. What's not ratings gold is that Joe Biden is sending a check for $1,400 to every person in the country as a stimulus. In this country, we release the stimulus money and the government gives it to hedge funds and banks and so on, and they invest in stocks and shares and reward their shareholders and their chief executives. And then we got trickle-down economics. They're still on about that. And then we are stunned and amazed that none of it seems to reach us. It gets filtered before we get it. In America, Uncle Joe's sending people actual real-life money, honey. It is radical stuff that's going on over there, but it's not really that newsworthy. Not like, a grown man in full makeup and and this sort of candy floss cloud that hovers over his head is picking fights with teenage girls on the internet. It's not newsworthy like that. So we're not hearing about it very much. That's why people think that Joe Biden isn't really doing very much, but he has to be one of the most radical presidents maybe in history, and he's only 100 days in, there or thereabouts. 200 million doses they've given out, and we're patting ourselves on the back and congratulating ourselves for having given out, 30, 35, 40 million? Why so slow? And then we get into the what about Germany, and what about France, and what about Spain, and what about this, that, and the other, and every other country that is slower than us. Yeah, well, what about America? 200 million doses. If we'd done 200 million if we'd been piling them out as quickly as America has been, then every single person, man, woman, and child in the land would have been done by the end of January. So why so slow, Bodger? Greenford, hello, Paul.
Hello, yeah, I know it's talking about the sleaze. It's not exactly Watergate, but that Granada and the Guardian against Aiken. But his PPS was Steve Milligan, the MP who died. So I was just reading about it on the computer. I know you say don't read the internet, but yeah, just yeah.
Right. Okay. All right. Thanks, Paul. Have you seen anything else on the internet, by the way?
Yeah. Just Enoch Powell was the employment secretary that brought all the people for jobs, London Underground, the motorways, So, but he changed his tune with his famous Rivers of Blood speech, so,
But your internet seems to be a bit old. Have you thought about buying a new one that has new news on it?
I've got to, but I'm trying the Daily Mail for size, but my dad was a heavy Guardian reader, but yeah.
I'm on about like 3 or 4 pages of the Guardian a day now, man, but I can handle it. It's just full of spelling mistakes, doing my head in.
Yowza.
Okay, thanks a lot, Paul. As soon as you read any information about the 1970s, then you let me know straight away. Let's take it one decade at a time. Let's not rush through it. Joe texts, Joe Biden and President Harris are bankrupting the US. President Trump started it with the free money, but Biden is giving it away like there's no tomorrow. Hyperinflation is coming. It will tear the heart out of the country, says Joe, who I bet is not possessed with anything approaching a fact. The difference between Biden and Trump is that Trump gave $1 trillion to the rich. I think the 1% took something of the order of 80% of the money that Trump gave out. If you cut taxes, it will disproportionately please the well-off. Of course it will, because they're the ones that pay most of the taxes or are in line to. And so Trump did, as you would expect, and he just gave money to himself, essentially. He pleased billionaires, as in himself. Biden, on the other hand, has done the complete opposite. The rich get nothing. I think something like, I can't remember what the exact numbers are. It doesn't matter anymore because people just make this stuff up and state it as fact. 60% of the money that, I think it's $2 trillion now, isn't it? Something like that. Of the money that Joe Biden is having sent directly to people in the form of a check, 60% is going to the bottom 40%, something like that. I have no idea if that's right or wrong, but if you say it out loud these days, it becomes a fact. And it doesn't make never mind anymore. I mean, we went through austerity. Remember, 10 years of austerity, which was specifically benefiting the better off because they didn't rely on what a council can provide. Not remotely interested. Didn't care about that. And at the end of 10 years of austerity, we owed more money as a country than at the beginning of it. So that didn't work. And at a period of record low interest rates, which don't appear to be going up anytime soon, then why not borrow your way out of it? Spend it on stuff that people actually need, like bridges and roads and education and all of that stuff, and it could actually pay for itself in the end, as opposed to giving it to the 1%, the richest people in the world, who will say, thanks very much, I'll take that. They'll just stick it in one of their accounts and not spend it, because they don't need to. But you know me. I'm not an economist. I'm not a doctor. But that didn't stop you-know-who.
I'm not a doctor.
Well, let's get back to it.
Okay, the other news today was that Twitter users were experiencing outages as technical problems hit the network in the build-up to Prince Philip's funeral. I expect it was Meghan's fault. No! It's just the sort of thing that she would do. I wouldn't put it past her. Why can't Cruella de Marco leave our Harry alone? He's our precious little puppy. Twitter, a social media platform, is what it's described as, even though there's nothing remotely social about it. They should call it an anti-social media platform. It began going down for some people from 1 a.m. UK time. And issues have been continuing all day long.
Oh, no.
In a statement, Twitter support said... Twitter support... it's like their users have... they've got a mental problem because they haven't been able to tweet all day. Twitter support said, tweets may not be loading for some of you. We're working on fixing a problem and you'll be back on the timeline soon. Soon? Not soon enough. Website down detector found, I've got no idea what that is, but presumably it's the clue's in the name. It's a website down detector. They found reports of Twitter outages spiked at around 1 a.m. in the morning and again at 1 p.m. Users have complained about... Oh, I bet they did.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
I bet they did. It said users have complained about being unable to log onto the app, while others complained that tweets were not loading. Tweets weren't loading? Who will know what your opinion on the protest marchers is? Who will know that you're more patriotic than everyone else because of the number of Union Jack emojis you've got after your name? Who will know what you think about everything? God, my life would be a blank void without it. How would I communicate with complete strangers? By chucking my opinion at the internet where it will linger unread by almost everybody on Earth? How could you do without that? Twitter, it's like a medieval toilet. You know, they used to go in a bucket and then just chuck it into the street. That's exactly what Twitter is. I form my opinion on something after thinking about it for about 10 seconds and then throw it through the window into the world to lie there like a verbal poop on the pavement.
Disgusting.
And the best rated comments on this story on the news website that I was looking at. Best rated comment about Twitter going down. Good. Keep it down permanently. Disgusting excuse for a company. Are they? This one says, the second most top-rated comment, can you extend it for 20 years or more so the UK can recover from this vile invention? No, wrong. It's not a vile invention. We're the vile ones that are misusing this perfectly nice invention. It's like saying, when will we be rid of this paper on which people are writing down their opinions? Leave them trees alone. It's got nothing to do with Twitter, it's us. Absolutely everything that is wrong with the world is our fault. I hate to break the news to you, but it's not somebody else's fault. It's our fault. This says, Twitter, the toilet wall of the internet. Well, yeah, exactly. But the toilet wall would be perfectly clean. It would be free of, awful things.
Dreadful.
Other people's phone numbers and, all sorts of things. If it weren't for us writing it on there. It doesn't come with it on there already. It's human intervention that is the problem. So I hope that you were not negatively affected by a short Twitter outage today. I hope that your tweets were remained unmolested. And then there was the other news. Oh, it was just pages and pages and pages. There was barely enough room on the internet to fit in all the pictures of people out there enjoying the sunshine. The sun was shining. OK, compare and contrast these headlines about people congregating in London today. This caller's a bit keen. What does she want? Oh, all right then. I'm only doing it because it says on my screen you're 12.
Really?
Yes,
Me?
Yes, Mariam.
Oh my God!
You're 12 years old. How is it having made it to 12?
It's good. It was my birthday yesterday.
Your birthday yesterday. Well, here's the thing. No one cares. You got another year before anybody cares about that anymore. It's not your birthday now. It was yesterday.
True.
Coming on here telling us how old you are. What did you get?
I got some comic books and some Marvel posters.
Marvel posters? Oh, right.
Yeah.
So which ones are you into?
The Winter Soldier and, the Falcon.
I have no idea what they are. They sound like, do they have special powers?
Yes, the Winter Soldier has a metal arm and the Falcon has wings.
Right. Well, the first one sounds more like, dare I even say it? It sounds like a disability. And the second one, well, who doesn't want wings?
No, they're metal wings.
Oh, they're metal wings. Right, like a June bug. Have you ever been in a room with a June bug?
I don't know what that is, sorry.
No. Well, if you live the rest of your life without ever coming into contact with a June bug, then consider yourself lucky. There are things in America that are about the size of a large moth, and already it's alarming. A large moth, but crucially, its wings are made of razor blades. I'm not kidding. If it touches you, and they just seem to fly about like mad, if it touches you, it slices you open, like you've been cut with a knife.
Yeah.
So there's another excellent reason not to go to America, Mariam.
I was actually planning to move to America when I'm old.
Don't do it. Trust me when I tell you.
I was just calling to say, how much I love your podcast. I love waiting till Fridays to listen to you complain about Bojo. And
have you heard the one that I do with Carol McGiffin?
Oh, right, yeah.
Because I think you'll like that one. Huh?
I listened to that one. I've listened to nearly all the podcasts.
Okay, excellent work.
I was actually calling to tell you how you were talking about the NHS yesterday for a bit, and I was calling to say that I think that they've not really been focusing on the actual NHS, but more on that goddamned app that didn't even work.
Well, interesting information I have about that, Mariam. Stick around, because you will. If at first you are displeased, then just wait a while and you'll be appalled, because they are paying very close attention to the NHS, by which I mean trying to see how much money they can make from it.
Yeah, that's the thing. Our teddy bear of a prime minister, or Bojo to you.
Yeah. Okay, well, Mariam, as soon as you run for public office, you get my vote. That's my guarantee to you. All right.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. It was Mariam, everybody. Very, very keen caller. Jason texts, Nick, Phil's funeral. I thought only 30 people were to attend. I tried to avoid watching the telly today, but switching channels, I caught a glimpse of what looked like hundreds of people attending. Admittedly, some of them were bodyguards or soldiers, but do they not count as people? Do they not count as people? Let me think about that.
No.
No, they don't. I didn't see it. But I'll assume that the answer is no. Christian tweets, once again, you are absolutely right.
Correct.
The same goes for politicians, by the way. It's not politicians that are the problem, it's the fact that they are humans that is the problem.
Affirmative.
Yeah, that's it. Everything that's wrong with the world is our fault. Everything that is wrong with the world is our fault. And politicians are human beings, which means, just like us, they're vile, twisted, self-centred, mendacious weasels. Which gives you a clue as to all of their future behaviour. Ain't that right, Bojo?
I can't comment on that.
Right, compare and contrast these headlines about people congregating in London today. It was from the same organ, two different stories about two different congregations of people. Story 1, headline, Super Saturday is here. Shoppers hit Oxford Street as temperatures soar to 53 degrees Fahrenheit. Wait. Soar? Temperatures do not soar to 53 Fahrenheit. There is no soaring involved when temperatures hit 53 Fahrenheit. That's creeping. Creeping up to, not soaring. So they got that wrong. Shoppers hit Oxford Street as temperatures soar to 53 Fahrenheit on first weekend since lockdown rules were eased. People returned to the high street this morning on the first weekend since shops reopened after lockdown. Oxford Street was heaving with people out enjoying the 53-degree Fahrenheit sunshine as people met up with friends. Well, that's nice. All very warm and friendly, and endless pictures of people having fun in the sun. Now compare that headline to a much smaller gathering in the same town on the same day. Thousands of Kill the Bill protesters take to the streets of London, Brighton, Newcastle, Sheffield and Bristol despite Prince Philip's funeral today. You see the slight difference in the way that the two people are being treated? I mean, it's very, very subtle, but could you detect a difference between the two? It goes on. Hundreds of people have taken to the streets of London, Brighton, Newcastle and Bristol this afternoon. The protesters have been accused of showing no respect to the royal family ahead of Prince Philip's funeral. Police said they were expecting a busy day, despite it being a significant day for the entire nation. Wow. So, thousands of Kill the Bill protesters who have taken to the streets in London this afternoon have been accused of disrespect towards the Duke of Edinburgh's funeral. Bill! Placard-waving protesters marched through the capital in another day of protest against the government's new police crime sentencing and courts bill. Why can't people just be happy with what the government is doing? I mean, just leave Boris alone. He's doing his best. Similar rallies were taking place across the UK in the likes of Brighton, Newcastle, Sheffield and Bristol. It comes despite pleas from the police on a significant day for the nation as Prince Philip is laid to rest in Windsor. So it's perfectly okay with the establishment that you're out there shopping for shoes or action slacks or hair grips or whatever it is that you feel that is lacking in your life, or you're sitting guzzling booze in some sunlit pub garden, or you're standing on the pavement having a cocktail, that's fine.
Booze.
But protesting against an increasingly authoritarian government that doesn't want you to question its actions, oh my God, that's the worst thing that anybody's ever heard of. Talk about unpatriotic. Haven't you seen? Boris Johnson's got a flag. The police said it was a significant day for the nation as Prince Philip is laid to rest in Windsor. But what does that have to do with people in London, Brighton, Newcastle, Sheffield and Bristol? I mean, Windsor is about, 50 miles from London? My jaw was on the floor when I read this. But I bet most people read it and thought, yeah, that's right. Yeah, why are those people protesting on this day? And then they read about the people that were out there shopping their faces off, and they thought, oh, well, thank goodness for that. Back to normal. One protester said on Twitter ahead of the march, on my way to the Kill the Bill demo in London, may as well protest while I can. Use it or lose it, which is completely correct in every respect.
Affirmative.
The thing about protesting about a bill that would prevent you from protesting is it's a bit late to protest after the bill that prevents you from protesting is passed. I mean, that's the key of it, innit? But for the permanently furious, the fans of the regime, it's never the time to place your protest. You should not protest in the vicinity of a royal funeral. You should not protest in the week of a royal funeral. You should not protest during a pandemic. You should not protest on a weekday, as you will stop deliveries to businesses. You should not protest on a weekend, because you will spoil people's fun. You shouldn't protest in the street, because it will stop traffic. And you shouldn't protest on the grass, because, I don't know, keep off the grass.
Want to score some pot?
No, I mean, no thank you.
Be polite!
And a reason that the fans of the regime have alighted on it today is that it is disrespectful to hold a small protest 50 miles away from a service taking place that you're not invited to. And of course the flags came out. The furious flag waving abounds like a game of musical chairs. Whoever is left draped with the fewest flags is the traitor. And so it was reported that the action has angered some who believe it should have been postponed until tomorrow in the memory of the Chuki Embra who died aged 99. No. Incorrect. You're just making this stuff up. Some people did not believe that. Because tomorrow those people would have said that it shouldn't happen because it's the Sunday after the service. And it shouldn't happen on a Monday because the nation's still in mourning. And it shouldn't happen next week because, I don't know, COVIDiots. And on till the end of time. The problem is not with the time or the place of the protests, it's that there are protests at all. I'll prove it to you. The comment section of the... I should stop reading the comment section of the papers. That's absolutely true.
Affirmative.
I should stop reading the comment section of the newspapers. I'm doing it because I'm convincing myself I'm doing it for professional reasons. I'm a professional. Can you believe that?
No.
Yeah. You see, you could go through life not knowing that you're surrounded by people who think this stuff. Because, ordinarily you might decide to cross the road if you saw a mouth breather coming in the opposite direction. You would never hear them speak. You would never, ever, ever, ever ask them for their opinion on anything. Even if you're lost, you wouldn't ask them how to get out of here. You just do what I used to do before the invention of sat-navs. You just drive faster in the direction that you're going because, that'll work. But it's true. You surround yourself with people who think, talk, walk and squawk exactly like you do. Everybody does. And so there's a vast subculture of mouth breathers that you would, in your entire life, never come across. You'd never hear their opinions. You'd move away from them in a pub if they were expressing them loudly. If like a loudmouth in a pub was expressing his opinion really loudly...
I'm a nutcase.
Not mentioning any names. You'd probably leave the pub, go to another one. But the comment section of the newspapers, holy moly, it's like lifting up a rock. So I'll prove to you that it is not the time or the place of the protests. It is that people are protesting against the dear leader at all. Because people have picked sides now. You're in either the Jets or the Sharks. And if you've decided that you're in the Jets, then anything the dear leader of the Jets says is okay with you. Even if it's he's decided to take your shoes away. You would support that to the death because, that'll upset the Liberals. That's where we are. What a way to run a country, eh?
Dreadful.
Right, here's some of the comments. One said, do these always offended socks have no respect at all? I don't know what socks mean. That's a new one on me. But, I am offended if I'm being called a sock. I like socks. I wouldn't want to do without socks. People that actually do without socks, those people disgust me. Maybe that's putting it a bit strongly. Appall? Yeah, they appall me. How can you wear shoes without socks? That's just awful. I've tried it once, never again. Your feet just sweat like mad, and then you're just swimming around in like little individual swimming pools of sweat. Oh. Mind you, what a sock does is it soaks up all that sweat, and so you take it with you. Oh, the smell of it. Anyway. Do these always offended socks have no respect at all on the day of Prince Philip's funeral of all days, which is someone saying that they are offended at others being offended? If you're keeping up. Another one wrote, the same Fruit Loops who don't wear masks complain that there is coverage of Prince Philip, complain about lockdown, moan about furlough and protest at every march, BLM, kill the bill, etc., etc., just woke troublemakers. That's someone complaining that people complain. If you're keeping up. And if I hear that word woke one more time, I think I'm going to scream. What do they mean by woke, exactly? Do they mean people who have consideration for others? I think that's exactly what they mean. They pick the side in which having consideration for others is considered, well, not just a weakness, but is something to be abhorred. Because it means specifically that people have consideration for people who aren't them. If you picked the Bodger team, then those people are always yelling about woke this, woke that. What they mean is that people are having consideration for those that are not in Bodger's team. I think that the human race has taken a wrong turn somewhere. I think we need to be corrected. So, yeah. And at least the people who are doing the protesting are complaining about something important. I mean, this is important, people. It's about the freedom to protest. The freedom from authoritarianism and tyranny is what they're complaining about. That's no small thing. That's huge. People fight wars for that kind of thing. It's called freedom, people. The fury mongers in the comment section, on the other hand, are just complaining that anyone should be questioning the dear leader, because they've convinced themselves that this government could not possibly do anything bad to them personally because they voted for them. And if that's what they think, I have a bridge over the River Thames I would like to sell them. Let's have a call in Catford. Hello, Steve.
Hi, Nick. Yes, regarding the late Duke of Edinburgh, or Prince Philip, or whatever he was called. But
Duke of Edinburgh, Prince Philip, yes.
Yes, of course there's an element of, you've got to be human. There's an element of sadness there, but this
is not what I've got on my screen that you were going to talk about.
No, I wasn't. I wanted to talk about that and then Twitter.
Right, we'll talk about Twitter.
Okay, but I'm just saying we're being sort of.
Are you still talking about the other thing?
Okay, I'll talk about Twitter. All right. I thought I had a brilliant point. But,
yeah. Okay then.
It's gone forever.
Yeah.
Oh
well.
Twitter.
Never mind. I've just had to live with it.
I can understand Twitter if you have to flog books and records and reach, millions of people. Some of these people, Taylor Swift has something like 100 million followers.
Well, yeah, but to be fair, Taylor Swift has an enormous amount to say.
Exactly. Yeah. It's horrible. What I said to your...
How do you know that Taylor Swift has so many, unless you actually follow her yourself? Do you follow Taylor Swift?
No,
you
I don't follow anybody. I don't follow anybody.
You follow Taylor Swift for advice.
Honestly, it's just a name that plucked into my head.
On colour nail varnish and what lippy to wear this week, that sort of thing.
It's big in Catford.
Is it?
What lippy to wear.
Right.
Yes, it is. But, I in my late teens, early 20s, in the 70s and 80s, I did a lot of travelling. I did the usual stuff. I thought it was unusual, but it was pretty usual. I went to Spain and to France and picked grapes. I went to Israel and stayed on a kibbutz. I went to Spain, worked in a bar, went to Greece. I went over to the States and travelled around a bit, worked in bars.
Did you get a gun pointed at you in America?
I didn't, no.
What?
No.
How long were you there for? You stayed in the airport and then left immediately.
No, I didn't.
You just took a peek outside. You were in Miami Airport. Just took a peek outside. You saw a bullet fly past you. And got the first plane home.
I didn't actually. I saw the police with guns, but I don't know. I didn't.
Well, you saw the police with guns in Spain and Greece and everywhere.
Yeah,
pretty much everywhere on Earth, apart from here. We've decided that we don't need them for some reason.
Which is a good thing.
I don't think so. I'm not so sure about that.
But, anyway, I wrote letters. I mean, I'm not prolific. It was like one a week I'd write to. Yeah.
What's that?
This is it. A letter. I would write a letter to my mum or my brother or a friend.
So talk us through it. You took a pen and then what?
And you get some paper.
Paper.
And you sit down for half an hour.
Yeah.
And you sort of say, today I served a really famous artist who I can't remember his name.
And then you scan it and you put it in an email.
No, you don't. You get one of these little things. It's approximately half an inch in diameter.
Yeah.
And you have to lick it and you put it on this thing called an envelope.
Oh, that sounds awful. You got to put spit on the back of it?
So anyway, subsequently, you kind of express a few things, and then I received some back. I was in Spain for a few months and Israel, and I'd received letters back and blah, blah, blah. I have absolutely no idea what this means, but Twitter kind of cheapens
discourse.
Debate, really.
Yeah, absolutely, yeah. Well, it used to be much, much worse, because there used to be only, I can't remember how many characters it was, but 140, something like that, which is basically a sentence. It used to be pretty much a sentence, which often amounted to bleep you. You know, it'd be that kind of thing. The sort of thing you'd yell across a street. Now at least you can express some sort of thought in the characters that they offer up, but it's usually an aggressive, negative thought, or or sort of a passively aggressive, funny thing, which is usually the verbal equivalent of a smack in the mouth.
Which brings me to my brilliant original point, which is I'm divided. I'm not. I mean, I didn't know Prince Philip. I don't know the Queen, not that well, but I'm being told. I'm told to manufacture emotion about someone I'll never meet. A man of 99 who had a long, prosperous, incredibly privileged life.
Mm-hmm.
But you know, beyond the vast majority of people on the planet.
Yeah. Oh, is this back at the subject that I wanted to skirt around?
Well, no. This is it. It's having.
What's this got to do with writing letters in Greece?
Well, I'm ambivalent. That's what I mean.
You're Twitter, ambivalent. Well, can I call you they?
What I mean is, on Twitter, you've got to be this way or that way. With Prince Philip, I think, well, it's sad for the Queen, blah, blah, blah. But please don't, I don't care particularly.
Okay, right. You didn't know him, and you're not related to him, and
no.
Right. Okay. So you don't feel. You feel perhaps
I'm
that
expected to have an opinion.
Right. No, you're expected to have an emotion.
Yeah, and right. I don't.
And you don't have it. Well, I think that's probably you and almost all of the rest of the country.
Yeah, and being told by these horrible hypocrites in the tabloids and.
Well, this is exactly what I was talking about. The difference in the reporting of people who are protesting quite reasonably against an increasingly authoritarian, out-of-control government, and the reporting about people who are shopping, the shopping people and the people who are drinking, they were celebrated with endless, and I do mean endless pictures of them on the newspapers' websites of people having fun in the sun, and there must have been 1,000 pints in the pictures that were on the Daily Mail website today. All of whom were being written up as enjoying their freedom. And the small number of people who are trying to stand up for our actual freedoms were written as being, the enemy of the people, essentially.
Yes, and Diane Abbott had a sneaky little gin and tonic on a train, and it was all as if,
it's all
Boris
Diane
Johnson.
Abbott's fault. Yeah. All right, listen.
Corbyn, I didn't have
Oh, my
a lot
God, we're on Corbyn now. You're all over the shop. Can we please stick to the point? The point was that you used to write... Listen to me. You used to write a thing called a letter, and there was something enormously satisfying about that. And you could take time over it and express your thoughts. And you would send it in the post in a considered way, and people would equally read it, be very grateful to have received it. I can't remember the last time I got an actual letter.
No.
But it is a marvellous thing to have and to hold, just like a book is more satisfying than reading stuff on a screen. And I know what I'm talking about because I spend my entire life reading stuff off a screen, and I don't get any pleasure from doing it at all. But a letter or a book, yes, a marvellous thing to have and to hold. And Twitter has, the internet in general, has taken that skill, if you want, that ability that we used to have to express our thoughts in long form.
In a nutshell.
Thank you. Mark tweets, I'm originally from Kent. I've lived in America since 2005. Nick is right. Don't move to America. I think that whole country has jumped the shark. I mean, it's considerably better now that the screaming Mimi is out of the White House.
Don't be rude.
But, it's still got a significant number of dingalings, most of whom are armed. Like, the worst people appear to be the ones with the most guns. They have more guns than people in America, but there's a minority of the people in America own guns, which means that the people who own guns own a lot of guns. That's the alarming thing, is the people who own guns in America are the ones that are obsessed with guns. And I imagine, like tattoos, once you get a small tattoo, you think, well, I have a vast amount of empty space on me. I'm going to get a bigger one. And it appears to be addictive, which I bet guns are addictive too. And I was reading this thing the other day about some doctor was saying, it were grand when I were a lad. He said, we used to treat people with gun-shot wounds, and often you could barely tell that they'd been shot. You'd look for a tiny little hole that it went in, and a slightly larger hole where it went out, and often it didn't come out the other side. And we just leave it in there because it wouldn't be doing them any harm as long as it didn't puncture a major organ. They'd be perfectly fine. And you used to hear about rappers getting it's like a danger of the job. They get shot like 8 times standing at a traffic light, but survive. That's with the old style guns, the little guns. With the guns that people are going on a rampage with in America on virtually a daily basis now, I mean, it's such a background hum in America that mass shootings often don't make the news. Amazing. It's just got on and got. Oh, yeah, another one. Oh, well, what's for dinner? The reason that pretty much everybody that gets shot in a mass shooting these days also becomes a death statistic is because people are using assault weapons. And that's what this doctor was saying. He said, you used to get shot with an old-style gun, like a pistol, and people would just walk it off, like a bruise. I exaggerate a little. He said these days, you get shot with an AR-47 or whatever they're called, an army weapon of war, and it blows you apart. That's why nobody's surviving anymore. You get hit in one of those mass shootings, and you will die. And they are they're in hoc to a verifiably evil bunch of people who are determined to keep selling weapons to Americans by making them frightened. I mean, I know that fear is a great motivator, and it works for politicians all over the world. There's strangers who are going to move into your neighbourhood. Your daughter will come home with somebody who is a different colour to you. That sort of thing. People are going to break into your house and take your stuff. You need a weapon of war. Well, why stop at an AR-15 or whatever they are? How about a bomb? You could fit your garden out with, explosive devices. Why not? That entire country has jumped the shark. It may be beyond saving. They may have to rub it out and start again. Here is a call in Bromley. Hello, Joe.
Good evening, Nick.
Yes, Joe.
Just wanted to talk about the Greensill scandal that's going on at the moment, actually.
Right.
More so about what the journalists are reporting on, because, we've got journalists who act surprised that it's not what you know, it's who you know. That goes down in Westminster. And also in journalism as well, they're pretending to have to be surprised that it goes on.
I know. Clutching their pearls to their chests and doing a Victorian fainting fit. Yeah.
Exactly, yeah. And, I think what you got to take away from all of this is, listening to callers throughout the week, there's been you know, I'm not so surprised when you get somebody who talks a bit more eloquently and a bit posher, backing up Boris Johnson and his crowd. But it's when you hear the working class guy, and, you know, because they've been so indoctrinated, they think there's nothing wrong with getting somewhere in life just because you know someone. And they don't see the wrong in it.
Indoctrinated is a good word. It's sort of pummeled into people. But I think actually these days that there is a change. It's not as though they have been indoctrinated. They are eagerly taking on that opinion because, as I said before, people have chosen sides. And partly it's Brexit, and partly it's just culture wars, which underlines that whole woke thing, and everybody's furious at everybody else. But people who are acting against their own interests and digging their heels in and being determined to do what is eventually going to do them down. It's mystifying that people are acting like that, but they are. I don't know what. I think it's because people just don't want to lose face. They voted for a party, and regardless of what the people in that party do to them, they're going to continue to support them because otherwise they'd have to admit that they've been duped.
Well, to tie this into Twitter as well, you know, it's like, I remember one time I was having an exchange with this guy who was just being, you know, just obviously racist, you know, just, it was around the BLM time. And he told me, be careful because you never know, I might be your boss one day. And, you know, it just goes to show that a lot of this is why, like you said, the echo chamber, because when it comes to this kind of stuff about employing who you know, not what you know, you're going to employ somebody who's similar to you, who has the same mindset to you, who probably has the same bigotries to you. Yeah. So, you know, that close circle is just going to get smaller and smaller as the years go by because, you know, you're not going to let anybody foreign come into that circle, you know. And you know, growing up in South London, especially in Bromley, you see that a lot. You know, you go for jobs and, you know, you get in and then you see how the structure is set up, you know, whereas there's the favourites, there's the guys, there's the cliques, you know, and then if you don't fit into any of those kind of cliques, you're just left to kind of meander, not get anywhere in the career. And, you know, it's just that it's, you know, because they see the politicians do this kind of stuff and they're never punished for it, then they're never going to punish, you know.
But you're right that people who are in that position defend it because it's like buying a lottery ticket. You are vanishingly unlikely to win £100 million, but if you don't play, you won't win. And so that's always held as a possibility. Don't question the status quo because it's possible that you may become one of the rich people eventually, but that's almost never going to happen any more than buying a lottery ticket and winning 100 million quid. That's not going to happen either. And
it never happens, especially to the guy who pours his life into winning the lottery. You know, the guy who spends £200-300 a weekend trying to buy.
Well, I don't know. That sounds like a pretty good idea. That sounds like a plan.
Yeah, it never worked out for them, though, does it?
Well, that's very disappointing to hear, Joe. I'll have to think it out again. Fresh out of luck. So, Nickers, if you look like Rick Astley pre-haircut, who do you resemble now? Okay, so this is a thing that I had going with Carol McGiffin, who I do a podcast with.
Yeah.
And she kept wanting to know what my hair looked like pre-haircut, because I did look like Shaggy out of, what's it called? The thing with the dog. Scooby-Doo. You know Scooby-Doo? He Loves You. And then because she's kept moaning and whining.
Stop whining.
Stop whining, Carol. Oh, I want to see your haircut. Like that. That's exactly what she sounded like. Complaining.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
And I refused to send her a picture of it. But I did promise that I'd take a picture the day before I got it cut. But I took that picture. It's in my phone. But it didn't look as bad as I thought it was going to. I didn't have as much hair as I expected when I combed it all down in front of my eyes. I thought it was going to cover my whole face, but it didn't. So I got it cut, and God, what a difference a cut makes. Because there's a real chill to the wind, isn't there? My ears are freezing out there. I had no idea how warm hair is. I mean, I know that sounds like a silly thing, but I haven't had hair that long covering my ears and all of my neck. since the 1970s. Since the decade that taste forgot, clothes-wise anyway. It had everything else going for it, but not clothes, or hairstyles specifically. So I haven't had hair that long since I was about 14, and I can't believe how warm it is. I want it back. I should get it made into a hat, or just buy a hat. Neil says, I was impressed with your managing to get 3 Bowie references into your show last night. Your Hair, Mick Ronson, The Laughing Gnome, and Under Pressure. Great song, despite what you say, especially if you remove the Freddie Mercury bits. No, it's not. It's a terrible song. And miles better than that awful song that he did with Jagger, says Neil. Oh, God, that is the worst. That is the worst David Bowie song ever. And I include Laughing Gnome in that, which I think is a pretty good track. Ha, ha, ha. He, he, he. He's a laughing gnome and you can't catch me. But yeah, that thing that he did with Jagger, Dancing in the Streets, wasn't it? Oh, God, that was shocking. And the video was probably even worse than the track. My claim to fame, I have the exact same trousers. Well, I don't now, because I probably wouldn't be able to get in them. But I had the exact same trousers that Mick Jagger wore in that video. Not those personal trousers, not the ones that Mick Jagger was actually wearing, but the identical. That is my claim to fame. Isn't that impressive?
No.
I think all of the songs that David Bowie did with other people are dreadful. The thing with Jagger was beyond awful. The Under Pressure, I don't care what you say, Neil, Under Pressure's a dreadful song. And he did weirdly, he did a thing with the crooner. What's his name? God, I can't remember anybody's name anymore. He did the Road 2 films. What was his name? Bing Crosby. Bing Crosby. Idiot.
You.
I'm a bit bemused, actually. Cake Wars. Now we're into Cake Wars. Oh, my God. This country's lost its mind. John emails, Nick, if all of the members of the royal family entered the Olympic Games, Britain would always be near the top of the medals table. Have you ever seen so many medals won by one family? Says John. Emma texts, on the subject of mouth breathers, did you hear about the viral article about a guy suggesting we should all be taping our mouths shut at night? Apparently, for various reasons, it's good for our health and encourages better breathing habits. Sounds a bit dodgy to me, says Emma. Emma, I heard that if you put just pop your head into a plastic bag and tie it tightly at the neck. I may not be right about that. I mean, I don't have medical experience.
I'm not a doctor.
Don't trust me. Angela says, these people who have been commenting will be even more furious when they're in the non-EU queue on their way to Benidorm with a passport that hasn't got enough months left on it. But we knew what we voted for. Yeah, no doubt. Those people are still furious. It is curious to me how you can win and still be angry. I still haven't got to the end of this thing about the protests today, which were so small and relatively insignificant in number that they passed without comment, other than all of the thousands of comments about why don't these people like dry up and blow away? Oh, they should all be locked up. Thresh them all, push them out to sea, let them drown. Those kind of things about people who are protesting about your freedom. People, we have what seems undeniably an increasingly authoritarian government, which also seems at the same time to be utterly, completely and totally inept. I mean, we've had one of the most strict lockdowns on earth. I mean, people don't realise that. You just assume that everywhere's the same, but it's not. We in this country had one of the most strict lockdowns in the world, and one of the worst, if not the worst, death figures. They managed to lock us down more than practically anybody else on the face of the planet, and somehow fashion the worst death numbers and the worst economy. And they seem absolutely driven to eliminate all scrutiny of their various actions. Billions and billions of pounds have just disappeared into thin air. Mates have got jobs, got bonuses, got elevated to the House of Lords. Friends who have absolutely no experience of anything medical whatsoever have magically been given £1 million contracts. Outsourcing companies who had done such a bad job with other government contracts that the actual government was suing them to get their money back, while at the same time giving them more contracts worth hundreds of millions of pounds. I mean, the whole thing stinks. The stench coming off the scandals surrounding this government, you could light a fire with. And so naturally, they want to eliminate all scrutiny, as an authoritarian regime would want. And that's what the people were protesting about today. The ability to hold the government to account. The government is trying to remove your ability to hold it to account, which directly affects you personally, even if you don't think it does. And yet the response from the people who were trying to be helped by the protesters is one of abject fury that they should be so impertinent as to question the dear leader. I mean, those people, they must wake up laughing. I mean, they must. This is why they've got a permanent grin on their face, even when called to account by interviewers on the telly. They just can't wipe the smug grin off their faces because they know they're getting away with it. Oh, you caught us out on that one. Oh, yes. And he'll do his, and gives that sort of smirk with a twinkly eye. And, oh, well, but look at my hair. Poor. I'm like a teddy bear, is the implication. I couldn't do you any harm. Oh, yes, he could. And of course, the billionaire offshore press is right behind them because their interests coincide. But they don't coincide with the majority of the people who are their fans. How have they been hoodwinked? It's because we've all picked sides. And it doesn't matter what the government do to the people that voted for them, even if it's obviously against their interests, it doesn't matter at all to the voters, as long as it upsets the other side. If it upsets the libs, it's okay with them. And the coverage, I mean, it just hit me in the face, the coverage of the two. I mean, I'll give you the headlines again. Same day, same paper, a vastly different number of people. The first one was actually millions of people. The second one was a very small number. And the first one, Super Saturday is here. Shoppers hit Oxford Street as temperatures soar to 53 degrees Fahrenheit on the first weekend since lockdown rules were eased. Heaving with people out enjoying the sunshine as people met up with friends. It's a positive, good news story. As opposed to thousands of Kill the Bill protesters take to the streets of London despite Prince Philip's funeral today. As in... The first were just buying stuff that they don't need with money they haven't got. And the second were trying to protect the people of this country. And and not just the papers, of course, who wrote the stories like that, but the government's fans who would be massively affected if you couldn't keep tabs on this regime, who have shown with their every move that they need scrutinising with a microscope. It is an astonishing place that we have found ourselves in, and it seemed to happen so quickly. I mean, you wind back, maybe it's the internet that did it. I mean, were things this bad before the internet? Maybe they were, and we just didn't know so much. I'd prefer not to know so much. I mean, just this, the idea that we should give up our ability to protest because nothing the regime will do in future will affect you personally seems to be the way that people think. Oh, well, I voted for them. They can't possibly do anything bad to me. Like they're on my side. No, you're on their side. Big difference. Huge. But that notion that because you voted for them, that they could never do anything that will affect you negatively, I mean, that is so ridiculous, so stupid. It's a wonder that these people can blink and breathe at the same time. In, out. I mean, yesterday the Met Police said they were expecting a busy weekend. They said in a statement, ahead of what is expected to be a busy weekend, the Met is setting out the policing plan to deter crime and keep people safe across the capital. Saturday is a significant day for the nation, as His Royal Highness the Duke of Edinburgh is laid to rest in Windsor. While this event is not in London, they said, the Met has had a protective security operation in place in the vicinity of Westminster and Buckingham Palace throughout the week to keep people safe. They keep saying that. I mean, that's twice in the same paragraph. Keep people safe, almost as though that phrase had been decided on to excuse them, well, I don't know, slamming protesters to the ground and carting them away, like they did in Clapham, to keep people safe. Deputy Assistant Commissioner Jane Connors, leading the operation, said, last Friday we were all deeply saddened to learn of the passing of His Royal Highness. Saturday will be a solemn day for the nation. No, Saturday, people were out shopping their faces off, sitting in pub gardens, and that was perfectly fine with the establishment. But using the exact same day to protest lightly about an increasingly authoritarian regime, oh my God, that's the most disrespectful thing anybody ever heard of. Saturday will be a solemn day for the nation. People were sitting in a hall watching a snooker match. I refer you to the coverage of a much bigger crush of people in the same town on the same day, today. Shoppers flocked to the high streets today, and restaurants and beer gardens on the first Saturday since lockdown restrictions were eased. Pavements were packed across the country, says the papers, as people returned to their favourite shops and met up with friends. Oxford Street in London was heaving with people out enjoying the 53-degree Fahrenheit sunshine, which is set to rise later in the afternoon, and shoppers descended onto Northumberland Street in Newcastle, with little social distancing in sight. Yeah, that's right. Little social distance, as in zero. None. I drove through Clapham to get here. Clapham Common is absolutely heaving. I mean, those people must have been wrapped up warm, but you could barely see you couldn't barely see the grass between the people. Stuffed together they were, as they were outside every pub, bar and restaurant that I passed on the way. I hate to break the news to the government, but social distancing seems to be a thing in the past. Nobody's doing that anymore. Me, I feel nervous around people. I don't really relish the idea of getting near anybody. But then, that's got nothing to do with COVID. That's just me. People, I've met people, I don't like them.
Disgusting.
Awful. But the same paper can treat the two stories so differently. How much more evidence do you need? We're being duped. Customers returned to outdoor restaurants in Chinatown in central London today, with people enjoying a Saturday meal out for the first time this year. No indication that it was disrespectful to the passing of the royal personage. No, it was just fun and joy and people enjoying their freedom. Where's the disrespect part? Only reserved for those who are questioning the dear leader. Not a hint of criticism. And it's probably still up there, the coverage accompanied with dozens of pictures of happy people crammed in beer gardens and squashed in high streets. The whole thing wrapped up in a sort of celebratory tone, particularly about the amount of alcohol consumed.
Booze.
It said experts estimated around 500,000 bottles of wine were drunk by an estimated 1.5 million people. Oh, I bet it was more than that. What, a third of a bottle each? Please. It means alcohol sales are likely to be double those on a normal Friday night as Britons celebrate their newfound freedom, it says. Freedom! Freedom to get drunk and shop. That's good. Freedom to protest at the loss of basic rights. Bad. It's like that protester said, like I was like right at the beginning of the programme, who was going to one of these marches. Like that protester said, you might as well use it or lose it, because you'll miss it when it's gone.
Well, the whole world's gone crazy.
Yes, the old bag is right. Here's calling Heathrow. Hello, Fred.
Oh, hello, Dick.
Fred.
Yeah, we talked about the attitude of Americans with guns.
Yeah.
I drive a London cab, and a couple of years ago, picked a guy up and his family, his wife and a couple of kids. Thoroughly nice man, impeccably mannered. And he said to me, you talk about being naive, where are your gun shops? I haven't seen one. And I said, well, we don't have gun shops. He said, well, where do you buy your guns? You get the mail order or something? I said, no. I said, we don't have guns. They're illegal. He said, you don't own a gun? I said, I've never seen a gun, sir. I said, the only gun I've ever seen is a shotgun when I went clay pigeon shooting once.
Mm.
And he was staggered. I said, I take it you've got a gun. He said, in the house, he said, we have 11.
Yeah, exactly.
That's
precisely what I was saying.
Why do you need 11 guns?
Yeah, you don't.
He said, well, for protection.
Yeah, right.
Now, we're not talking about Al Capone or Bonnie and Clyde here or the Krays. We're talking about a family man living in a suburb of Chicago.
Yeah.
That had 11 guns.
Here's the thing about family owning a lot of guns. The person that is most likely to get shot is the kid who finds the gun and,
That's right.
and shoots his sister. Yeah.
Yeah. I said to him that, you're not worried about those things getting into the wrong hands. And he said, oh, no. He said, they're all secure and locked up.
Oh, yeah, sure.
So, but what amazed me is how naive somebody could be to think it's like that in every country.
Okay, what amazes me is how naive people can be to think that in a moment of panic, if somebody is actually trying to break into their house, that they could act like James Bond and every shot they get off is going to hit its intended target. Of course it's not.
Yeah,
First of all...
bounce off the ceiling and hit one of their own kids.
First of all the guns are, by his own admission, locked up. So what are you going to do? Scrabble around and try and find the key while somebody's bursting into your bedroom?
Someone breaks in. Hang on a minute, mate. I just got...
Exactly, you're dead already.
Get the gun out.
And then you get the gun out and you start blasting away into the dark, and you're more likely to shoot your own foot off than anything else.
When I told him I'd never seen a handgun, and I'm over 70 years old, he absolutely could not believe it. He thought I was telling him lies.
Did he tip you?
That I can't remember. It was a couple of years ago. He was a lovely fella.
Yeah, sure.
He was not. He was not a distasteful man.
Yeah, I think he was. Just smile warmly and back slowly out of the room. Don't make any sudden moves. All right. Thanks a lot, Fred. It's like I said. There's more guns in America than there are people, but very few people actually own guns. The people that own guns own a lot of them. And those people are often, crazy. They're dingalings. They shouldn't have a gun. They shouldn't be allowed to have a gun. It's easier to buy a gun than it is to get a car license. How's that possible? Well, it's possible because of the very good work of the National Rifle Association and the people that make weapons. And when do the sales of guns spike? When a Democrat comes into office, because Republicans start pulling their hair out and run around and start saying that they're going to come and get your guns. Joe Biden's going to come get your guns. And so they go out and buy more of them. Is that like that'll work? I've got 11 guns, I'm going to increase it to 20, and then I'll be really safe. Like I said, that whole country has jumped the shark. Tim emails, did you hear Nick Clegg on the Nick Ferrari show? I didn't. Nick Clegg knew about the death of Prince Philip and he knew about the death of Shirley Williams. But when asked about his old chum David Cameron and Greensill, he said, I'm afraid I've not been following that at all. Really? Oh, really? Really? Let's have a call in. Who's been waiting the longest? Totally fair about this. Concert. Hello, Sean.
Hiya, you know this guy's Barney Rubble and his clang are doing my nut in, right?
Barney Rubble, that's whose hair that's the guy whose hair I used to have. Barney Rubble. I had Barney Rubble's haircut.
You know, it's making me physically sick, right, about these funerals, right? There are only 30 allowed to turn up, and yet there's thousands, hundreds allowed to go and see a snooker match.
Yeah.
There was only 12 allowed at my brother's in May last year. It's 30 now, and yet people can still go around and there's no social distancing, like.
Zero.
Why don't they just turn around to people that are going to, mourners that are going to funerals and say, look, you can have as many as you want, because the whole place is, you know, it's doing my head in, Nick.
Yeah, I think you, me, and everybody else in the country, because there doesn't seem to be any rhyme or reason to it anymore. And I didn't watch the funeral, but I did feel sorry for the Queen to have to sit there on her own in.
But she didn't have to. She didn't have to sit on her own.
She could have said, "I'm not doing it," but the people that are advising her, I imagine it's a government directive. I imagine that they had no end of sniffy people who went around there and said, well, you can't do this and you can't do that. Bad optics. You know, people will be, they'll see you sitting next to somebody and they'll go crazy. I mean, do you really think that in the confines of the castle or whatever palace they're in, that they're going to keep apart like they did there? Of course they blooming well aren't. They're a family. I didn't see it, but from what I understand is that she was sitting there on her own, and that was it can't possibly have. Well, I don't know. I would expect that it wasn't her decision. That decision was made for her, and she felt obliged to go along with it. And then, like I said, I drove through Clapham, and practically the entirety of Clapham was squeezed together in one human blob. You believe that, Sean?
Why are they allowing only 30 people at a funeral, like? When there's people that, you know, smothering each other in pub doorways. No, it's not funny, Nick. It's not funny.
Well, smothering is funny.
No, but, you know, allowing 30 mourners when there's, you know, everybody can do whatever they bloody want, you know what I mean?
I do know what you mean, yeah. And I feel your anger, yeah. I think the people in this country at the end of their tether. I mean, I think we've been incredibly good, considering everything that we've just been put through. One of the strictest lockdowns of any country in the world. I mean, remember that. You don't think about that because you think, oh, well, everywhere's like this. But it's not. Everywhere is not like this. We've had one of the worst times of this pandemic of any country in the world. We've had and on top of that, like I said, we've had the most deaths, pretty much, combined with the worst economy. And considering everything that they've put us through, I think we've been pretty blooming good about it, don't you? Thanks, Sean. I appreciate your emotion. You know, Texas. I keep coming back to Texas. They have an experiment going on March the 10th, which is over a month now. It's plenty long enough to see an effect on March the 10th. And Joe Biden, he said that there was a Neanderthal move. It might have seemed that at the time, but it turns out maybe it isn't. Maybe it's the only thing that makes any sense. Texas opened up everything. Everything went back to normal. No rules at all. You can open up everywhere. No masks, nothing. And the death rate and the case rate continued the slow slope from top left to bottom right. Didn't even blip up. And the death rate did the exact same thing. In other words, opening everything up and removing the necessity for people to wear masks had no effect at all. Now, maybe that's just a special thing with Texas. I don't know. But it's an interesting experiment, don't you think? It does put it into perspective. Too much bleeping perspective. Spinal Tap.
Funny because I'm all out of laughs.
No, but what is... Well, it's not funny. There's nothing funny about it. But those two dipsticks who were blamed for the Novichok poisoning in Salisbury. You know those two? Oh, yes, we went to Salisbury Cathedral with 123-metre spire. It's very nice. It is the tallest spire in England. Those two, they're now being accused by the Czech authorities of blowing up a warehouse with 58 tons of ammunition. Those two dipsticks. It's curious that they would be the same people. I mean, it does mean that either they're not as inept bunglers as it first appeared, or Russian Secret Service needs to go on a recruitment drive. 0345. I mean, that has nothing to do with anything at all, but, you know, just it's a curious news item. Mark texts. Nick, I agree with you regarding letters. I've always kept postcards and letters sent to me by my parents. Now that my dad has shuffled off this mortal coil, the letters he sent me, or comments on postcards, are incredibly precious. You don't get that with emails. Correctamundo. You don't get that with emails. There's nothing precious or emotional about them. Unless it's one from the premium bonds people saying that you're a winner. You've won £25. Yeah, they like manage your expectation. They should say something like that. I mean, if it's just £25, they should say you're not. Woo! You've won. Click here to see how much you've won. And you're thinking it's £1 million. It's £1 million. It's £1 million. No, it's £25.
Oh, no.
So they should alert you to that before, your head explodes. Lancaster, hello, Rupert.
Good evening, Nick.
Rupert.
Now, can I talk about BBC hypocrisy?
I don't know. Can you?
I can, if you'll let me.
Go on.
Right, so the BBC tried to ban Rule Britannia and Land of Hope and Glory from the last night of the proms.
Did they? Did they try to ban it?
They did, yes.
I don't think
Look it up, mate. Look it up.
I don't think they tried to ban it, but anyway, go on.
Yeah, they did. Well, they tried to stop it being played.
No, they tried to stop it.
The same thing.
I think they just tried to stop it being sung, didn't they? Or something like that. Anyway, who cares? Go on.
Yeah, but... And also, their breakfast TV hosts laughed at the Union flag.
No, they laughed at a politician who was wrapping himself in the Union flag.
Was he actually wrapping himself in the Union flag?
Yeah, yes, he was. He had it in his office.
He wasn't.
Yes, he was there. He wasn't physically, personally, and at that moment wrapping himself in the flag. I'm talking metaphorically. You understand?
You're the one
you understand a metaphor, Rupert?
You're the one who wants to split hairs.
What do you mean?
You said they didn't try to ban Land of Hope and Glory and Rule Britannia at the last night of the proms. Oh. Then you accuse me of splitting hairs. Now you're splitting hairs.
Okay, well, we're both splitting hairs. Isn't it great?
Right, so anyway, basically the BBC are left-wing, anti-union flag,
you mean the organisation that is run by a conservative donor? That organisation?
That one, yes. Yeah, only just started being run by.
Yeah, go on.
About 3 months ago.
Yes.
Anyway, we're talking about the same BBC here, but as soon as the consort to the head of state of Great Britain and Northern Ireland, as soon as that head of state's consort dies, they're cooing all over it. Can't get enough of it. A week long of remembrance.
They'd be damned if they didn't, and they'd be damned if they did. What's your complaint, Rupert? Is it everything?
No. Have I said that I'm complaining about everything?
This is you not complaining, is it?
My complaint is that, on the one hand, they do down Britain and the Union flag.
They didn't do anything.
And on the other hand,
they didn't do anything of the sort. You've gone quiet. God, it's just like a dream come true. I'll just leave it there.
Stop whining.
Yeah, maybe stop whining would be a good idea. Maybe turn the channel if you don't like it. For God's sake. Everybody must sit there and instead of turning the channel, they want to call and have the people responsible for putting something on the TV that they didn't like, they want them fired. More than that, they want the entire channel taken off the air because they were displeased for a moment. God, everybody's so entitled these days. Like little lords on cushions they are, sitting there. And as soon as something that they don't like comes in front of their eyes, they just start screaming about it. It used to be the case that people would put up with things that they didn't like and just turn them off. Turn the channel. Hell, you're old enough to remember when there used to be 3 channels. And if it was something that you didn't like on Channel 1, if it was endless snooker on Channel 1, on Channel 2 it was a cricket match, and on Channel 3 it was an opera concert or something like that, you had to actually turn the TV off. You remember that? God, can you imagine if people were forced to actually turn the TV off? They couldn't find a channel with one single thing that they wanted to watch. My God, their heads would explode. Everything has to be to my precise requirements all the time, otherwise I'm going to have a fit. And then the exact same people will start whining about snowflakes. Can you hear yourselves? Steve says, your new haircut, I bet you look like Buzz Aldrin. What, like a hero, you mean? Yeah, that's absolutely right. Helen says, can't the Queen bubble with one of her children? It's miserable being completely on your own, but which one should she bubble with? I mean, that whole thing was just, it was optics for the public. It was ridiculous. There should have been no rules. Why are there rules regarding a funeral now? It's like I said, I mean, they're family. You think they keep 6 feet apart from each other in the palace? I mean, they could. They got the room. But of course they don't. Yeah, I did feel sorry for her at that moment. Not that I watched it, but I saw a picture of it, and I thought, why? Why are they putting her through that? I hope that bloke calls again. It's the stupidest drug that has ever been invented. I can't believe it's so successful. Why is it so successful? I mean, I know it's addictive, but it doesn't do you any... It doesn't do anything for you. Every other drug does something. I mean, caffeine perks you up. Alcohol makes you a little bit squiffy.
Booze
makes you a little bit happy or a little bit sad, or, it does something to you, right? But what does tobacco do? Apart from the initial heady rush, which is over in a moment and is not pleasant at all, is it? There's nothing pleasant about that. The only thing that tobacco does is relieve the pain of not taking it. It's a stupid drug. And it kills. I think it has killed. I think that's the number. It's about 100 million people have died taking that drug. Still available, perfectly legally. You can pick it up pretty much anywhere. Wherever they sell sweets. Isn't that incredible? And yet, for the past year, we've been locked inside. Businesses have failed. People have gone literally out of their minds, or to protect a very, very small number by comparison of the number that will die in that same period from tobacco. Your last caller, I think this is an old text, so he almost certainly is not referring to the last caller, but whenever he texted in, it was the last caller. Your last caller was right, and without the working class voting Tory, they would never, ever get elected. Indeed, people voting for a party that will never, ever look after their interests is absolutely mystifying. Gaz says, Nick, I have not had a haircut in years now. I use clippers and shave it to a number 3. Easy enough to do and cheaper because I'm a tight-fisted northerner. LOL, says Gaz. And Paul says, not all collaborations David Bowie did were bad. The collaboration he did with Pink Floyd's David Gilmour, called Comfortably Numb, is very good. Well, I wouldn't call it a collaboration. He just sang on it once. He just showed up and sang that song once. Or he did the bit that Roger Waters didn't do. Just a little pinprick. That'll keep you going for the show. Come on, it's time to go.
Rock and roll!
Yeah, but I didn't think he did a very good job on that, though. Just saying. Hillingdon. Hello, David.
Hello.
Hello.
Nick. Hi. I've only just discovered your programme. I'm surprised that they allow you to stay on the air, actually.
Why's that?
Well, you're very controversial.
Controversial?
It's
Me?
It's nice
I don't
to
think
hear.
so. I'm not controversial. What have I said that's controversial?
Quite a few things. I enjoy your ironic tone. The reason that I phoned up was that I wanted to, as far as I can, and it's not a lot, put my weight behind what you were saying earlier in the programme about how the people protesting about what has been billed as anti-freedom, the measures to stop people protesting.
Yeah.
And after all, people did lose their lives for our right to do this. Are being vilified in the press. I haven't seen these items. I'm in hospital at the moment. Nothing serious. And they are congratulating these people for buying all sorts of things they probably don't need. Okay, our economy could be argued to need it, and going out and getting drunk, which I will very happily be doing, and breaking all the regulations.
Yes.
But actually vilifying people who are protesting miles away.
Yeah.
I did... I'm not a monarchist, but I did listen on the radio, I can't see it on TV where I am at the moment, to some of the funeral service for Prince Philip, who I feel I personally misjudged as being an utter buffoon and putting his foot in it all the time, and clearly he was far more than that. But I listened to the service. I'm not a monarchist, but the Queen, I think, has been an excellent head of state. But I didn't feel offended by people going demonstrating miles away. I wouldn't have felt particularly... would have been closer to the bone had they been demonstrating in Windsor.
Yes, of course. At the time, if you could hear the protests from inside the church there, the chapel, whatever it was... then yes, that would have been inappropriate. But they were 50 miles away at a minimum.
Absolutely.
And the one had nothing to do with the other. They weren't protesting about the service or anything to do with it. No, but the interest of an authoritarian regime that wants to restrict the freedom of the common man and woman they coincide with the interests of billionaire offshore media barons.
Right.
That's why that's why they got such a bad write-up. Whereas the much larger number of people who were just lying around in the sun drinking in close proximity to each other and buying stuff on high streets that they didn't need with money they haven't got, those people got a wonderful write-up. It's freedom.
On that theme, briefly, when the police went into Brixton, I used to live in very close proximity, and arrested people at a dancing party to do with lockdown. I happened to be in St James's Park, which is right by Buckingham Palace. There were people all over the park, lying over the top of each other, drinking, lounging about. There were police all over the place, and I didn't see one person arrested or even spoken to.
Yeah, well, because they were the right kind of people. Oh, he's gone. He disappeared. He just vanished. Maybe Nurse came in. Time for your, get on all fours and try to relax.
Funny, because I'm all out of laughs.
There's nothing left to laugh about. Murray emails, I was thinking that I would let you know about a friend of mine. He was installing kitchens, but they found out the supply was stolen and he was arrested for counterfeiting. Oh, I did not see that coming. I am in pain. A listener with material.
Oh, no.
Oh, awful. Jane texts, Jeremy Corbyn's mistake at the last election was offering free stuff to the people of this country rather than just friends and donors. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because giving free stuff to the people of the country, that's socialism. No! But giving free stuff to just a couple of mates, that's all quite right and proper. No rules have been broken, which means there aren't any rules, basically, doesn't it? I mean, they keep saying everything has been done with the utmost propriety and no rules have been broken. Well, that just indicates that somebody needs to write a rule or two. And they seem so sure about that. Oh, don't question us, peasant. No rules have been broken. So we're bothering them by putting a finger in the air and asking a querulous question about, can we, please, sir, where have the billions gone? Oh, don't question us, peasant. What's the word I'm looking for? God, this happens to me so many times. Is the not opinion? It's their way of being, whatever that word is. Help, my brain's falling apart. Keith tweets, Boris Braindead is letting everyone from India in because he's going to India to try and get a trade deal in just 9 days. Yeah, there's an issue with that, an historical issue with trying to get a trade deal with India. They want something from it. Which people that have voted for Brexit might be alarmed at.
Hi, Nick. Yeah, talking about the increasing authoritarianism, it sort of struck me what had happened before with authoritarian regimes. And it struck me that 2 years after Stalin lost power, he happened to die at the same time, mind, he was condemned by his party and the Russian press as a traitor. So it strikes me that, like Idi Amin and various other people and Berlusconi, when you're authoritarian and you lose power, the end is pretty drastic. You get condemned, and given that Boris loves to be loved, can't be a very happy prospect for him.
I'm sure he's going to be just fine.
Yeah. Wait a minute.
Yeah, he's like the screaming Mimi. Nothing ever sticks to him.
Oh, shut up!
Yeah, don't worry about him. He'll be all right. He'll retire in the lap of tremendous luxury. Ain't that right, Bojo?
I can't comment on that.
That's a yes.
Can I ask you a quick question?
No. Go on then.
Given what you studied at uni, how did you end up working in a meat pie producing factory?
Because I studied a useless subject.
But how did you actually end up in a pie factory? How come you didn't end up as a civil servant or a lawyer or a counsellor or something?
Well, the only thing I've ever wanted to do is this. I always wanted to be a DJ. Hey! And I did that for a while, and then somebody sent me a tape of a guy called Neil Rogers. I've said this many times on the air. Neil Rogers is a talk show host in America. He's dead now. I believe he's still dead. And I thought, wow, that's what you can do with a talk show. You should look him up. His shows are still available on the have you heard of the internet? Oh, the stuff you can see on the internet.
Disgusting.
And in amongst them are old shows of Neil Rogers. They got loads of them up there, and they're very well worth it. He is the funniest person in any medium I've ever heard or seen. I mean, he used to do a 4-hour show every day, and it was constantly hilarious. How he kept it up, I don't know. But so when I was at university, the idea of being a DJ seemed like a dim, distant a wish. Like, very few people get to actually do that and make a living out of it. And so they gave these questionnaires out. You may have come across them. You fill in this questionnaire, and it will tell you what you should do as a job. Have you ever done one of those?
Yeah.
Was that a yes or a no?
Yes.
You have?
Yeah.
Right, so what did it say you should do?
It said I should be a computer scientist for the civil service in Aberystwyth.
And were you?
No, I wanted to work in the Forestry Commission.
Right. You wanted to be a lumberjack?
Sort of.
Get John Cleese on the phone and he can sing it for us. Actually, it wasn't his song, was it? It wasn't Terry Jones. It was
Michael Palin.
I think it was Michael Palin's song. That's right. Yeah. Hey, you know what? I mean, as an aside, I watched the first 6 episodes of Fawlty Towers this week. I mean, for the 10th time. Oh, good grief! That stuff is so funny. I can't think of anything that would make me laugh as much on repeated viewing. There as many times as I've seen them as that. It's just absolutely perfect. Apart from one thing, and interestingly, I mean, it's always struck me every time I've seen it. And John Cleese himself talked about it this week. And it's the moment when he's putting up the moose's head. I'm doing it. That episode. And he gets I can't remember what came up, what started, what happened immediately before it. But he's bent over, and the moose head is supposed to fall on him, and it doesn't. So there's a moment that's because it's all about timing, and the timing is just slightly off, and it's always from the first moment I saw it, I thought, he waited for that. It didn't happen quite perfectly, and he was talking about that on the TV. I think just this week, he said, when I watch them back, that's the moment that I wish that we'd redone. That it always strikes me as the only moment that's not perfect in that entire series, and I'm looking for. I'm going to watch the other 6 this coming week. That's why John Cleese gets a pass on anything, because he is, without doubt, in my mind, the funniest person that this country has ever produced. He's responsible for more laughs than any other person. Because people will say, "Oh, well, Peter Cook," and I refuse to believe that that's true. Peter Cook was not funnier than John Cleese. I mean, Peter Cook would amuse you with a turn of phrase, but John Cleese had everything. He had the turn of phrase, but he also was an excellent physical comedian, and he could do physical comedy just with his face or with his entire body. He had the lot. I don't think anybody has produced more funny moments in the English language than John Cleese. That had nothing to do with what you were talking about, did it?
So going back to filling in the survey of what you should do, how did you end up in a meat factory?
Well, I think I was at university at the time, and I wanted to make money to go to America because I was going to spend 3 months. It was either the first time I went as on Camp America, which is I don't know whether they still do it. They take students over and put them in summer camps in the States. I either needed money for that, or I was going to go and tour around the States, spend 3 months after I graduated. So for one of those trips, I did overnight work in a bakery just to make some money, and for the other, I worked in a meat factory. It was only for like 3 months, something like that, just to make some quick cash so I could splurge it all on chocolate fribbles. You ever had a chocolate fribble? No. I'd love one of those right now. It is fan-bloomin-tastic. Anyway, that's the reason why, Mike. In Barnet, called Sandeep. Sandeep.
Hi.
Sandeep.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thanks.
Good, first time caller.
Good man.
Yeah, I just wanted to touch just turn the radio on and listening to you guys about smoking. So I've been smoking since I'm 14. I'm now 54.
Blimey, you made it.
Yeah.
Against all the odds.
Yeah. And it's the only consistent thing I have done for 40 years. It's amazing.
Booze? Did you drink booze?
Booze.
Any booze in your life?
I've done it all. I've done gambling, smoking, drinking, the bad stuff as well.
Want to score some pot?
Yes. I mean, no, thank you.
I'm sorry? No. No. But the point I was trying to make was from 2001 to 2006, I was a heavy user of a Class A3 drug.
Class A3?
Maybe a Class A1. I don't know. Cocaine. I don't know where it's classed.
Class A3? I thought,
is it A1?
I don't know. I thought it was just A and B and C, isn't it?
I have no idea.
No, me either.
But it was Class A.
Right.
But I
cocaine in the membrane, cocaine in the brain. So you were on cocaine, yes.
For 5 years.
Right.
I had a £2,000 a day habit.
What?
Yeah.
What?
Madness.
Now, wait a minute. Wait. How can anybody afford a £2,000 a day cocaine habit?
I'm a trust fund baby.
Right.
I was making a lot of money at the time.
All right. I bet you were in banking.
No.
Yes.
No, actually, property.
Okay.
But nonetheless, the point is that I figured out it was triggers. There were little triggers that would. So, for example, if I was cutting cocaine on a glass table, every time I saw a glass table, I want to take some.
Right.
And what I did was took myself out of the environment and flew to California, lived at my uncle's, and in 5 weeks I quit.
Really? Because I would have thought that more people take it in California than they do here. But
no,
like
but
flying
the point
into
is,
the
you
lion's
don't have
mouth.
the same triggers. You don't have the same people around you.
Right,
you don't
okay.
have the same roads you drive on. The same.
I get it.
Bits and pieces.
Right. So you managed to give up cocaine, but
smoking, no way, because you go to California, you go to India, you go to Dubai, you can pick up a packet of Marlboros anywhere. And there are other brands available, I guess.
Are there?
But, well, I think that's what you guys say on the media, right?
Yeah, I suppose so, yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, you can pick up a packet of cigarettes cheaper in anywhere else than in the UK.
Perhaps.
So you can't take yourself out of the environment.
Have you actually tried to give it up?
About 8-9 times.
Okay, now, see, I've only tried it a couple of times when I was at school because the lads were doing it and it seemed like the cool thing to do. So you'd try it, and I absolutely hated it. Fortunately, if I'd liked it, then that would have been the end of it. But
no, that's the worst thing. I hated it as well.
Right. Okay.
And I went on that course. Oh God, I forget the name.
Something about quitting, wasn't it?
Yeah, some quitting course.
Yeah.
So they actually turned around and said, you hate the taste. You hate the smell.
Right.
You hate everything.
Yeah.
Yet you keep doing it. And when people say to me, when did you try and quit? I say to them, probably after the first cigarette I ever had.
Right.
I've been trying to quit ever since.
Well, it is phenomenally addictive. People say that it's more addictive than heroin. I mean, up to a certain point, I suppose. But
it is.
But other people have smoked 20 a day for year after year after year, and they just think, right, I'm not doing it anymore, and they stub it out, and that's the end of it.
It's amazing. It's amazing. Absolutely amazing how they do that. I mean, I quit cocaine. I quit gambling. I was spending $5,000-10,000 a night in gambling.
Oh my God! How much? When did you get all this money?
I was making loads. It was crazy money what we used to make.
Right.
But you know, just one day I decided, well, and I want to gamble.
Right. So, the upshot is that you managed to give up all of your various addictions, apart from cigarettes, right?
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly.
Okay. Well, I wish you all the best. I think you personally have been propping up the underworld economy. And I'm sure they're very grateful for that.
Thank you.
And they wish you that you'd continue on doing exactly that forever, or until you expired, whichever happens sooner. But I've heard that before. But thanks a lot, Sandy. Have I done the break yet? Have I done the break?
Not sure. On the phones.
we don't know. Ooh. Is there a way of finding out?
I can have a look.
We're going to have a look now. Checking for you while you wait.
What's the number on the ad break?
It says, it just says spot block, Phil 220.
Does it say 16 or 32?
I don't think it says either of those two things. I get so carried away that I've got no idea where we are. Now wait, okay, on the next one is okay, so I think this is after the news.
Right.
And then the Clive Ball thing's at 45.
Yeah.
Okay, normal service has been resumed. Don't worry, everybody. Everything is completely under control. Your pilot is not drunk. He knows exactly where we're going. Seattle is where we're going next. Matt.
Hello, Nick. Spoken for a while. I just had a point to make, having lived here for 25 years, just to help British listeners sort of get a grip on the American fascination with guns. I want to try and compare it to two things that Brits attach a lot of meaning to right now, which are the NHS and Brexit. And I think that the trouble comes with those three things, gun ownership, the NHS and Brexit, is when the emotional hodgepodge of meaning people attach to them, which is actually individually quite nice, various definitions of freedom and, a compassionate health service and protecting your family and so on. When that investment, that intense level of meaning people attach to them isn't matched by a specificity of vision and investment that people are prepared to make. And I'm reminded of that time when you called your doctor's receptionist and she said the trouble is, the reason you can't have an appointment for 3 weeks, Nick, is that people just don't turn up to their appointments. Now, if you charge people a non-refundable 10 quid deposit, most people would turn up. So again, there's nothing wrong with this rosy vision of NHS and Brexit about strolling down to your doctor and having a nutty pint of beer and all these in a pastoral setting. There's nothing wrong with any of these visions, just as there's nothing wrong with people in America being fascinated with guns because they associate it with, as I say, with freedom, with survivalism, protecting their family. But that's not good enough. Just this mixture of meanings isn't enough. So my son, for example, my ex-wife and I were always with him, brought him up nicely. He loves animals. He's kind to people quietly in his own way. And he's fascinated by guns. He and his uncle build them, clean them, and then put them away in a safe. And they're content with that and a bit of target practice because they've got a very specific vision and they're prepared to invest a few dollars and their weekends into that. So it's a closed circuit. But other people, if you get someone vaguely resentful who's lost their job in America, who has a gun basement full of guns, and they're fearful and they associate it with, their anger and their right to express themselves, that's where the trouble starts because there's not a defined enough vision. And as I say, I think that applies to NHS and Brexit, which is that the meaning people attach to them are quite lovely. I'm not against people's vision for Brexit. It's just that it's empty. So I'll shut up now and let you get a word in, Nick. Sorry.
Well, I'm trying to follow your argument. I understand each individual side of your argument, but not how they connect at all. How does gun ownership connect with the people's vision of A, the NHS, and B, Brexit? I don't see the connection between the three things.
Well, I think it's really because each of those things, like a magnet, attract a series of meanings and associations that in themselves have a lot of dignity and sense to them. It's just that people stop there. they think, right, gun ownership equals freedom and protection. The NHS equals compassion and always having, a kind nurse, basically free at point of sale, and Brexit means sovereignty and finding our own way. But so all three things, even though individually they're different, have the same problem, which is that people don't follow through, either in thought or in the money investment, or as I say, the specific enough set of goals that they expect to get from each one. Does that make a bit more sense?
Well, again, I understand each argument in its own sort of entity, but not as it compares to the other things that you're talking about. But you've had two goes at it. I'm still not getting it, but I appreciate it, Matt. I agree with you on each thing. Yes, Brexit is this amorphous sunny uplands that just vote for this and things will get better. And people didn't want to know any more information because that's all white noise. I mean, one of the architects of Brexit said, don't bother people with detail. That's just white noise to them. We're all about feelings. So that's precisely what you're saying. Brexit is a feeling that you think that your life will get better. And as we've seen, it doesn't. It hasn't. That might be what informs people's anger. They think they've won, and yet where's the prize? They've got a ticket. They won. But they hand the ticket in, and there doesn't appear to be anything there for them. So I get that. So I think you're on solid ground there. I'm not quite sure about the NHS thing, and I'm not too sure about the gun thing either. I think people just like guns, to be honest. I think it makes them feel manly and in charge. And the first time that I shot a gun, the thing had a bullet was about 2 inches long, something like that, whatever that is in centimetres, I don't know. And this like surge of energy goes through you when you fire it, and sparks come out the end of the gun there. And in that instant, I thought, oh yeah, I get it. I can see how a country can become obsessed with this. I'm not sure it's ideological more than a physical thing, Matt.
Well, yeah, and I'll just say that what prompted me to make the point is that I've lived here long enough that when I see talk about the NHS in Britain, I think maybe this makes it a tiny bit clearer. When I see talk at the NHS in Britain and how sort of undefined it is in terms of what people want from it and what they're prepared to invest in it, it reminds me of living in Britain and seeing Americans' view of guns, which is that it's so full of contradictions and it's so full of, as I say, a lack of clarity of vision. That's what it is that now I'm getting to the point where I look at people applauding the NHS and I think it's lovely, but at the same time, people don't want to pay taxes for it. Yeah. And in the same way, people here want to invest hundreds of dollars in a basement full of guns, and they're either going to use them and probably end up hurting or killing themselves in the act. But still they associate it with their definition of their country and with their own freedom. And that I think is a connection, that both are very loaded national values, the NHS and gun ownership. So that's about as near as I can get to making sense.
But I restate my case that I think it's the gun thing is more of a physical, virile thing. I may be a podgy, friendless, sexless loser, but look at the firepower I've got at my disposal. I think there's a lot of that too. Thanks a lot, Matt. Got to go. This entire area is going to have to be wiped clean now. We're going to have to come in here with antiseptic wipes. Steve says, how can your last caller complain? It wasn't the last caller, it was like some while ago when this text came in. How can your last caller complain about the BBC being left-wing? Did he not know that Lord Farage was on Question Time 35 times, which helped push Brexit through?
I'm a nutcase.
I don't understand why these people are still angry, says Steve. Well, I do. Explain it another way. I double dare you. I think that people are angry because they were promised a better life. And their opposite numbers were saying, don't be so daft. Of course you're not going to have a better life. You're being stupid, they said. Which made the Brexiters angry and dig their heels in ever more. And now we've had Brexit. There isn't a prize. Where is the prize? Please don't tell me it's too soon to tell, because you're going to have to put a date on it if you do. At what point will we be able to tell? Because on the very first day, Brexiters were saying, aha, all you Remoaners have been proved wrong because look at those trucks. They're going from Dover to Calais, no problem. So it wasn't too soon on day one, but it is apparently too soon after the 4th month. So you're going to have to pick one. Either it is or it isn't. And what they're faced with is the dawning realisation that they've been had, that they were conned, they've been duped. Because there is no prize. Where is the prize? Name one industry that has benefited so far. One. I'll make it really easy for you. Name one industry. There isn't one. I mean, the industry that was the one that was held up as we must benefit these people was the fishing industry, of course. Yeah. How's Brexit going for the fishing industry, by the way?
Fabulous.
Exactly. So I think that's what informs their anger. Plus, you know, a lot of them are just very, very angry people. There's no doubt about it. They're just very angry people. But I think that the anger, which will only get worse as time goes on, is because they were promised by people with evil intent, who had absolutely no intention of coming through on their promises, that their lives were going to get better. But it hasn't. It has only, if anything, got worse. And so, you know, if at the moment you think people are angry, well, just wait. Portsmouth. Hey up, Harry.
Oh, yes, hello there, Rick.
Harry.
Thanks. You mentioned 40 Towers earlier on, didn't you?
Yes.
One of my favourite moments is, of course, when he's testing the fire bell and those testy guests who have got their own ideas of how a fire drill operates.
Yeah.
And every time it keeps going wrong, and there's one moment where he's just about to do it, and then the phone rings because these guests keep mixing up the bells. And the phone rings, and it's Sybil ringing him up to remind him to do the fire drill.
Yeah, I'm doing it.
Hello?
Yes. Yeah, please tell me you called in to say something other than that, though.
Oh, right, yeah. No, you know that chimera thing?
The what?
The chimera, where they've the American and Chinese scientists, which I can't see how that got together, that link, but they've linked up 4% human embryo into a monkey embryo.
How did they do? Don't tell me.
Well, you know,
don't tell me. Don't tell me how they did it. I don't want to know. Yeah, but so what was the result?
Well, no, they have to destroy the whole thing after about a week, don't they?
Do they?
I don't know what the Chinese would do eventually, but there you go.
Right.
I was wondering if you could have 4% of someone else, or put 4% in, what would we end up with? I was thinking of 4% of Farage in you just to see what that came out like.
My God. Oh, God, I feel like I need a shower. I need an enema just thinking about that. That is awful.
And our excellent Brexiteer up in the northeast, Brian, he's not been on yet. I'd wonder if 4% of Brian went into Sean from concert up there in the northeast, because he was blowing his top over Barney Rubble, wasn't he, earlier?
Oh, was that who that was? Right. Yeah. I think you're thinking about this too much, Harry.
It's just possibilities, you know, mix and match.
Yeah, like Quality Street, or yeah. Right.
Yeah,
okay. Like a pick and mix at Woolworths. Right.
That's it. Yeah. I've been listening to I've just been listening to that Brexit conversation. What people don't realise is BJ's main aim was to be PM. So when he did that famous thing where all the press hung around outside his doorstep, and he had to write 2 lists of pros and cons of leaving or remaining.
Yeah, 2 columns.
And basically, you know, when you take a new job or something, you write a list on the left-hand side and a list on the right-hand side of pros and cons. Well, the trouble was, I think Boris ripped the paper down the middle, and it ended up with a jagged edge where he's got bits of one and bits of another. Because basically, he's no more a Brexiteer than he is a Remainer. His main aim has always been to be PM.
Well, I think his main aim has been king of the world. I think that is famously what he said as a child that he wanted to be, king of the world. And he has maintained the same hairstyle since that day. Always be concerned at somebody who's got the same hairstyle as a 50-year-old as they had as a 15-year-old. Particularly if they use it as a deflector shield. Oh, look at me! I'm so lovable and crumply. I couldn't possibly be doing you any harm. Yeah, right. Thanks a lot, Harry. 4% of who now? No, it's a no from me. Tim texts, unfortunately, I'm a disgusting smoker. What annoys me is the amount of tax that governments make from it. That's what annoys you, as opposed to the part where you got addicted to something that doesn't do you anything. Doesn't do you anything. Doesn't make you feel happy. It doesn't make you feel chilled. It doesn't make you take a little mental holiday. It doesn't do anything for you. It's the stupidest drug that's ever been invented. I can't believe it took off. Why do people do it? Why do people do it? I mean, I've tried it. It gives you that sort of feeling of seasickness, just momentarily. It's not pleasant. It's kind of like a whoa. Your head's a bit of a swim, but it doesn't last very long, and it's not nice. But then, why did people do it? I don't get it. I get every other drug, all of them. I understand their appeal. Marijuana, I understand that people would want to take it because it relaxes you like a cocktail. I understand booze. A martini or some wine, I completely understand that. Because, you feel relaxed, more chatty or whatever. And all of the A's and the B's and the C's, they've all got something, which is why people would try them. But tobacco doesn't have anything like that. And yet it's the most popular. I mean, that and alcohol. I totally get alcohol. I totally don't get tobacco. I just don't understand why people would do it. Sue texts, but particularly as the first time you do it, it's terrible. I mean, I know alcohol is a bit of an acquired taste, but you can get into it by starting out with cider or like an Alco Pop or something like that that's palatable to a child's or a young person's taste. You just put tons of sugar in it, and who's not going to like it? Like a rum and coke tastes a bit like a coke. Who don't like that? But there is no way into tobacco like that. Your first is as good as it's going to get, and the first is terrible. It just mystifies me that anybody would get into it and stick with it, because there's nothing good about it. And that, by the way, we've been locked up for a year, like I said before, in order to save a relatively few number of older people that were going to pass on in a relatively short time anyway. And yet tobacco has chewed through 100 million people. And we do almost nothing about it. Amazing. Everything's round backwards. Nothing makes sense anymore. I've decided not to think about things so much. That's the thing about me, is I think too much. Ronnie.
Oh, hello, thank God. I've been hanging on for ages.
Hanging on the telephone like Blondie.
Oh, clearly. Now, listen, so I forgot what I was going to talk about, but first of all, you said about Nigel Farage. Well, he's my neighbour. I saw him the other day when I was out riding a horse. Good old Nigel. Love him.
You told him how to ride a horse?
No, I saw him when I was riding my horse.
Oh, and you were riding your horse. Right.
Yeah.
What was he doing?
Walking out the brideway. And he was walking out towards the local pub. Clearly it wasn't open.
Right.
But we love Nigel, all right? I know
No. You love him, maybe.
Yes.
Whether he loves you back is another issue entirely. But we do not love him.
All right. Oh, can you do your message? You haven't done that for a while.
No.
You did it the other day. It was really funny.
This is not a request show.
No, but when you do acid, it's funny.
Right.
I've got two 11-year-old boys. I'm trying to get them on for their
Cigarettes.
opinion.
Oh.
No, not my boys. So all I was going to say was, so cut to the chase, everyone moaning. So today, the D&V, the Land Rover, the horses, his gloves on the thing. Do you know what? It made me cry. And I just think, everyone all bickering about stuff. The D&V, he's done a good job. And do you know what? I really enjoyed watching that today.
When you first said the D&V, I was thinking Department of Environment. What's she talking about?
No,
right, Chuki-Embra.
You know the D&V.
Right.
Right, okay. So, do you know what? Being a horser and everything, it really, watching that, and my friend's over from Ireland today, she went, oh, the royal family. And do you know what? I'm a right royalist, but do you know what? It was just so lovely to watch it and feel how, that we do it all special. But I love the fact that Peter Phillips was in between the boys and Princess Anne, and I think Princess Anne, she just rocks it all the whole time.
Right, well, I'm not sure that's quite appropriate to speaking about a funeral that somebody rocks anything, but yeah, okay. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed it, Ronnie. Thanks for that. Just to reiterate, we do not love Nigel Farage. Sutex, going back to your comments regarding letters and postcards and how precious they are, I have my mother's handwriting embossed onto a piece of jewellery. An ever-present memory to treasure. Can't do that with an email. Correctamundo, Sue. I tell you what's really nice is I treated myself because, I've been a good boy, I have. So I gave myself something I haven't used since I was in school. A fountain pen. Gosh, they're good. It makes writing so much nicer than with a ballpoint pen, which are rubbish. The only thing that's that sort of goes close to it, as far as it being satisfying, is a pencil. Ballpoint pens are rubbish. I know they're convenient, and we all use them all the time, but there's nothing nice about them, particularly when they blob up and you have to get rid of that sort of big lump of inky snot on the end of your pen there.
Disgusting.
Awful. But a fountain pen, it's marvellous. You should try it. You can get them. They're quite cheap. You don't have to spend a fortune. And you can thank me later. No, wait. I've changed my mind. You can thank me now.
Thank you.
James says, why are the BBC and the EU to blame for everything that the whiners whine about? Can you give us a boring every time these people phone and whine? Let me think about that. No. Like I said, this is not a request show. You want to request, write to Anne-Marie Minhall. She'll play you something relaxing. Cambridge, Harvey.
Oh, hi. Yeah, apart from the fact that with smoking, it's a drug and it goes through the brain and they want to keep doing it, or, they get the withdrawal symptoms. They think it keeps their weight down because it gives them something to do with their hands, and they say, well, as soon as I stopped smoking, I put on weight. I started sucking mints, etc., etc.
Yeah.
So they think it's keeping their weight down, but again, that's another fallacy because, you don't have to eat and put on weight. It's something they do.
You don't have to swap.
That's the reason.
You don't have to swap one addiction for another. Put the cake down and step away from the fridge.
Yeah, so it is a bit of a fallacy to think it doesn't actually keep the weight down. It doesn't take, it just means that they aren't doing the smoking when they're, when they're not smoking, they're eating.
I understand the rigmarole people go through with the smoking. That the it of it is really quite pleasing. You take the foil off with that little sort of, I don't know what you call it, that tab that goes around the top, and you pull the top of the foil off, and then you flip up the box lid, and you take the foil out, and you pop up a cigarette, and you pull one out, and all of that. I understand, that's pleasing, and doing something with your hand. But if you didn't smoke, if you never smoked, then what is that? What do other people do with their hands? They just leave them there. They they're just doing nothing. Just do nothing.
Well, anyway, so it is a fallacy because you don't have to eat and put weight on. It's just what they think in their mind. As soon as I stop smoking, I'm going to put weight on, and that's one reason I keep smoking. Okay.
Right. Okay. Good work. Thanks. Talking about putting weight on, I have done less exercise in this last year than any other year in my adult life, and it doesn't matter. Well, it does matter, but you don't notice it much because I, like pretty much everybody else in this country, has been wearing tracksuit pants for the last year. Elasticated waists, they're great. Until you try and put something else on. And I went out the other day. You know, we've been let out. Oh, outside. It's marvellous. Have you seen outside? Can you remember what it looks like? Yeah, we were let out for a little while. Until the moment in our near future, I bet, when we're all locked back up inside again. Oh, well. There's something to look forward to. So I grabbed that brief moment of freedom and I put a pair of jeans on, which is something that I've been wearing. Would be my most comfortable thing to wear for almost my entire life. Oh, my God, they're absolutely awful. I'm never wearing a pair of jeans again for the rest of my days. I refuse. I won't do it. There's nothing good about them. They don't stretch. They're too hot when it's hot, and they're too cold when it's cold. When they're wet, they stay wet. How did jeans ever become a thing? Put jeans with cigarettes on my to not do list. I think I'm going to wear tracksuit pants for the rest of my life. There's nothing more comfortable than wearing nothing at all.
Disgusting.
And that does raise eyebrows, I've found, if you wander around with nothing at all on. People register their complaint. People complain about anything.
Stop whining.
Hey, people, stop whining. Don't pretend you haven't seen that before. Nick tweets, I haven't had a haircut now in about 4 years. What? I don't use a shaver or clippers. I've simply gone for the nomadic caveman look. All of these moaning snowflakes moping around, worried about their hair. Stop whining, he says.
Whinging and whining and moaning.
There's a lot of it about. I think I maybe grow my hair during the winter because it's so warm, and I only noticed it when I did get my hair cut, and I was absolutely blooming freezing outside. It's like walking around with your own earmuffs and scarf, having a vast amount of hair. Who knew? Lisa texts, help, I've just finished The Sopranos for the first time. I feel utterly bereft. What do you recommend next, please? Well, to be honest, Lisa, I recommend you watch The Sopranos again.
Absolutely.
Each time I've watched it, it's come across completely differently to me. Because the first time you watch it, you don't know what's going to happen, and you're permanently on the edge of your seat, thinking that something dreadful is going to happen at any moment now. So you watch it with a degree of fear. But once you've seen it all the way through, you know who's going to die and what awful things are going to happen. And what sort of percolates through is that actually it's a comedy. You noticed that there were amusing bits to it the first time around, but the second and particularly the third time that I've seen it, I thought, actually, you know what? This is one of the funniest shows that's ever been on TV. It's just that nothing about it appears to be funny. I'd recommend you'd watch it again, Lisa, if that's any help. Is that any help?
No.
No, didn't think so. Oh well, better luck next time.